very pleased to be here today at the University of Kwazulu-Natal, the university of my youth, the province of my youth. I studied here way back when it was on this very campus, when it was called the University of Durban-Westville. It's a pleasure to be here in double capacity today as a member of council, but also as a person who spends her days at the University of South Africa, where I'm Director for Special Projects and International Relations. We are gathered here today as part of the G20 presidency that our country, South Africa, is currently responsible for since November of 2024, and that will extend, rather December of 2024 until November of 2025. The G20 has two tracks, the finance track and the Sherpa track. And we are here today as part of the Sherpa track. We are doing what the government, the Department of International Relations and Cooperations, has said we should do: community engagement town halls. So therefore, this is actually an event of the government, the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, collaborating with two academic institutions, the University of South Africa and the University of Kwazulu-Natal. I thank you most sincerely for being here this morning to be part of the proceedings that we shall be having from this point onwards. I apologize that we're starting a little bit late, perhaps an hour late, in fact, to be precise, but I hope that you will spend the rest of the program with us here today. I bring greetings from the Vice-Chancellor of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Professor Nana Poku, who is engaged with other activities and is not able to be here with us. However, he will be represented on the program. I also bring greetings from the Vice-Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, who also is otherwise engaged outside of the borders of our country today and is therefore not able to be with us. DECO is duly represented by Mr. Malhas and his team, and Mr. Hwete, in fact, who's on the program, who is stepping in the place of the Sous Sherpa and will give us the greetings. So welcome. I look forward to spending this morning with you until lunch. And we are about, with not much further ado, I would love for us to get directly into the program. I would love to call Professor Freddie Duncan Nyongani, who is the Dean and Head of School of Law at the College of Law and Management Studies, who will then do the opening and welcome on behalf of the Vice-Chancellor of this very university where we are, to welcome us, those of us who've come from Gauteng, and others who are here as well from, of course, the province and other places as well. Prof, may I give you the podium?
Ladies and gentlemen here present, and those following us on a virtual platform, good morning.
Morning.
Dumelang. Abshen. Goeiemorgen. To the program director, Dr. Maureen Tong, who is also the Director for Special Projects and International Relations in the Office of the Vice-Chancellor at the University of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tong also serves as a Deputy Chairperson of Council at this institution, the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. In absentia, we recognize the Vice-Chancellor of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Professor Nana Poku. We also recognize in absentia the Principal and Vice-Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, who is here represented by Dr. Philisiwe Mnyeza, who is the Regional Director for UNISA, the KwaZulu-Natal region. To our moderator of the day, Dr. Suheifa Bamji, who is from the School of Law which is one of the schools within the College of Law and Management Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. To the representatives of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Nelson Khwete and Mr. Surprise Malehase. Members of the diplomatic corps represented here and those who are representing the various countries to South Africa. To our panelists of today, Professor Tia van der Westhuizen, who is from the School of Commerce, which is one of the schools within the College of Law and Management Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Mzwanele Ntwanti from UNISA College of Economic and Management Sciences. Dr. Sanele Gumede, who is from the School of Commerce, also one of the sister schools within the College of Law and Management Studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Professor Segi Nasia from the School of Agriculture, Health and Environmental Sciences, which is one of the schools within the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I also acknowledge and recognize the presence of Mr. Siyabonga Seme, who is the Manager of Comms and Marketing at the University of South Africa for the KwaZulu-Natal region. Members of the student leadership at the University of South Africa and University of KwaZulu-Natal, the leadership of ACOT and other civil society formations, representatives from various media houses here present, our entertainers and interpreters, business formations, all youth and student formations, staff and students, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all and extend a very warm welcome to the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the University of South Africa and DECO. We are indeed honored to host you together for this important G20 Community Engagement Town Hall. It is truly a pleasure to see representatives from the different sectors, including civil society, business, youth, student formations, academics, government officials gathered here to engage in a discussion of such a national and global significance. Firstly, I want to sincerely thank the government, particularly the Department of International Relations and Cooperations, and the University of South Africa for partnering with the University of KwaZulu-Natal today. This collaboration reflects our shared desire and commitment to broadening dialogue, deepening understanding, and ensuring that South Africa's presidency and general participation in the G20 are meaningful to all citizens. As stated in the invitation, this invitation is part of a nationwide series of engagements to reach to communities across South Africa to share insights on the country's G20 presidency, which concludes at the end of the next month. By holding this engagement, we affirm that South Africa's presidency and participation in the G20 are not only a symbolic achievement, but a worthwhile opportunity to translate global discussions into tangible benefits for our communities. As a university that continually strives to remain responsive to local and global social, economic, and environmental challenges, and one that values genuine engagement with stakeholders and communities, UKZN is proud to be part of this conversation. We see this town hall as a platform that bridges global issues with local realities. and one that ensures that the voice of ordinary South Africans are not only heard, but also reflected in shaping the country's priorities and contributions to the G20, which is often seen as a distant forum of global powers. Today's discussion takes place under the important theme, Financial Inclusion for Economic Development, creating access to benefit grassroots economies. This theme speaks directly to the heart of inclusive growth. It reminds us that accurate measurement of policy success and progress is the real positive change experienced by people at the grassroots in the form of improved livelihoods, greater access to opportunities, and stronger, more resilient local economies. This focus aligns with South Africa's overarching G20 presidency theme of solidarity, equality, sustainability. We are fortunate to have with us today a panel of capable and insightful academics who will help us unpack these themes by exploring where we have made progress, what lessons we have learned, and what still needs to be done to deepen financial inclusion and unlock the full potential of our communities. Therefore, this dialogue is an opportune moment to reflect on what South Africa's G20 presidency has achieved so far, but also to look ahead and consider how we can build on this foundation in ways that leave a lasting and inclusive legacy. I wish you all a fruitful and engaging discussion. May today's dialogue inspire fresh ideas, strengthen partnerships, and reaffirm our shared commitment to building a fair, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, Prof, for so ably representing the Vice-Chancellor and welcoming us to this session today at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I would love then to, and indeed, in the spirit of partnerships, this partnership between the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the University of South Africa, and DECO, indeed, may it continue to flourish because it is already established as we do today's event and many others that shall follow. May I then call Dr. Philisiwe Mieza, who's the Regional Director for KwaZulu-Natal for the University of South Africa, who will read on behalf of the Vice-Chancellor of the University of South Africa her welcome remarks. Dr. Mieza, please take the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sanibonani. Sanibonani. I'm just going to take my time because before I start reading our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Lengambula, her speech, I do want to acknowledge that I'm at home. I've been shaped by this university. Not so long ago, I graduated at UKZN, former University of Natal, Pietermaritzburg. Then I came back in 2010 as a campus librarian at Howard College. Later on, I became a director for libraries and special collections at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So today I was seeing faces that I could recognize, and I was able to smile this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm at home before I do my reading. It's nice to see the colleagues and also to see the colleagues from University of South Africa, colleagues from University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I've also recognized that there are colleagues from other entities too. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the KwaZulu-Natal G20 Community Engagement Town Hall. I'm stepping in on behalf of Professor Puleng Lengabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, UNISA, who, due to other pressing commitments, could regrettably not be able to join us today. She, however, sends her greetings and well wishes. I extend my gratitude to both the University of KwaZulu-Natal, UKZN, and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DECO, with whom we are co-hosting this event. As South Africans, we are proud and honored as our country prepares to host the G20 summit in November. This is not only a diplomatic milestone, but a moment of renewal and opportunity. This is the moment that is poised to elevate international cooperation and significantly enhance travel, trade, and development across South Africa. Both UNISA and UKZN have had the privilege of hosting several G20-related activities. As UNISA, we are pleased that DECO chose to collaborate with us to host the community engagement town halls as part of the Sherpa track. The Institute of Global Dialogue, IGD, which is associated with our university, is part of the 3 think tanks that have been given the responsibility of ensuring that the G20 South Africa 2025 is a success. The hosting of this prestigious international summit carries with it the potential to stimulate substantial economic activity within the host nation. With participation from 19 countries alongside the African Union and the European Union, as well as thousands of international guests who will descend upon our shores, a unique opportunity to elevate the country's standing on the world stage is availed. It is anticipated that the summit will serve as a catalyst for economic development, generating employment opportunities, and fostering initiatives that support global development agendas. Ladies and gentlemen, during the summit, South Africa will be eager to showcase its capabilities, its natural beauty, and the resilience of its people, while also nurturing a constructive dialogue among nations. Program Director, we need to remind ourselves that the G20 is not only a diplomatic spectacle, it is a strategic lever for transformation, particularly in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, with its strategic location and abundant resources. The province must seize this opportunity to position itself as a hub of growth and innovation, especially in the areas of tourism, international investment, mining, agriculture, and trade. In the short term, we can anticipate increased activity in hospitality and retail, while in the long term, sustainable benefits that directly address the socio-economic challenges that face our people can be expected. Considering the presiding, one can argue that the G20 summit has significant potential to impact skill development for women and the society at large. The province of KwaZulu-Natal is known for its natural beauty and cultural heritage. The province is the main producer of timber, as it produces over 50% of all timber used in the country and accounts for a significant percentage of the country's wood exports. KwaZulu-Natal is also our country's main exporter of sugarcane. The province is the second largest contributor to the GDP after Gauteng. By collaborating with other countries, KwaZulu-Natal can play a crucial role in enhancing skill development opportunities for women and youth, which would hopefully lead to greater economic growth, equality, and social development within the province. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm of the view that economic transformation must not remain a discussion in the boardrooms and summit halls alone. It must reach the village, the township, the informal trader, the smallholder farmer, the youth, the single parent, and the unemployed graduate alike. True financial inclusion is about access to opportunity, the recognition of human dignity, and the empowerment of our communities. It is about designing systems of justice, not charity, and about creating ecosystems where grassroots voices are not only heard but acted upon. The G20 Presidency South Africa 2025 is hosted under the themes of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. We decided to keep this national theme for this town hall in KwaZulu-Natal. Our liberation from colonialism of a special type, namely apartheid, was made possible through the sustained efforts and support that we received from several member states of the United Nations who chose to stand in solidarity with us to ensure our people enjoy human rights, human dignity, and democracy. It is for this reason that we continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We will continue to support other nations and peoples in future who might also need our support. The denial of the right to equality was at the cornerstone of the apartheid regime. The sub-theme of equality will therefore continue to resonate with us as people as we continue to grapple with the challenges of unemployment and poverty to ensure that all South Africans can fully enjoy their economic, social, and cultural rights. The United Nations has just concluded the sitting of the General Assembly. The year 2025 is significant in the global system of cooperation amongst nations, as it signifies 80 years since the United Nations was established after World War II. The United Nations Charter states the pillars of this global body as peace and security, human rights, and development. The question is often asked whether the UN has lived up to its mandate of ensuring peace and security while there are several wars and armed conflicts currently taking place. Wars often lead to the violations of human rights and humanitarian law. The continued military conflicts, therefore, show that the mandate of the United Nations is not being achieved. During our discussion, we will consider whether the global financial system is able to deliver the type of development that the world needs today. I'm pleased that one of our panelists will engage this topic. The G20 South Africa takes place on the eve of the long-awaited review of the SDGs. Climate change is a topic of a particular significance for this province. The April 2022 floods were the deadliest flood disaster in South Africa's recorded history. Scientists at Wits University have just completed a study that show that the science supports the assertion made by the president that the floods were part of climate change. Program director, we have a responsibility as a country to ensure that we are better prepared in the future should the floods calamity of the magnitude the province experienced in 2022 strike once again. I'm thus pleased that the panelists will shed more light on this topic today. Finally, please allow me, Program Director, to say something about our institution, UNISA. The 152 years of UNISA's history as an academic institution is punctuated with foresight, innovation, and enduring legacy of making higher education available to all, irrespective of their geographic location or socio-economic background. We are proud to have contributed to the careers of several ethical leaders who have shaped and continue to shape our democratic state. My apologies. Renowned for its notable alumni, UNISA have been the educational home for prominent figures such as the first democratic president of South Africa, His Excellency Nelson Mandela, the current South African president, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, and the Minister of Defense, Ms. Thandi Modise, amongst other influential leaders. Notably, the second democratic president of South Africa, His Excellency Dr. Thabo Mbeki, is both the alumni and the Chancellor of UNISA. As we all gather here physically today, we are joined virtually by colleagues and students from all over South Africa, the continent, and indeed the globe. The solutions to Africa's problems lie within Africa. They lie within us. Thus, our destiny as Africans is bound together. The province of KwaZulu-Natal can be a gateway of hope, not a fence of division. Program Director, as I conclude, may I appeal that this town hall be a platform for genuine community engagement. May this be a space of free ideation and frank debates that will eventually find expression in the G20 policy frameworks as central pillars for sustainable development. Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal G20 Community Engagement. Thank you. Ngiyaleboga, ngiyabonga, enkosi. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree that the welcome remarks are really setting a tone for our discussion and giving us ideas of how, even before the panel discussion takes place, we are really ready to be fed with ideas, challenges, issues that need to be addressed. We are now moving to the next item of entertainment, and I believe that we're about to be entertained by Isicathamiya. Halala, halala, halala. As we welcome them, please entertain us, gentlemen, looking bright and beautiful and handsome. Halala.
Sanibona abantu nonke si Sanibona abantu nonke. Hallelujah. Sanibona abantu nonke si Sanibona abantu nonke. Sasuka emakhaya thina, sasuka emakhaya sabheka eThekwini, sahlangana nemfudumalo. Sasuka emakhaya thina, sasuka emakhaya sabheka eThekwini, sahlangana nemfudumalo. Sasuka emakhaya thina, sasuka emakhaya sabheka eThekwini, sahlangana nemfudumalo. Sasuka emakhaya Sasuka emakhaya sabheka eThekwini sahlangana nobuhle bemvelo.
Uphala kwalwandle si ubona ozane madoda
Oza eThekwini
uphala kwendawo si ubona ozane madoda
Oza eThekwini
welcome si
Welcome,
welcome
welcome to Durban.
welcome
Welcome,
welcome
welcome to the city. Welcome, welcome to Durban.
welcome
Welcome,
welcome
welcome to the city. Welcome, welcome to Durban. Welcome, welcome to the city.
It's place to be.
The warmest place to be.
How long, baby? How long should I wait for you? How long, baby? How long, baby? How long? How long should I wait for you? How long, baby? See.
How long,
Baby, how long?
how long, baby? How long, baby? How long should I wait for you?
How long, baby?
How long,
How long?
how long, baby? How long, baby? How long should I wait for you? Number one is very good. Number two is very good. Number three is very good. How long should I wait for you? Number one is very good. Number two is very good. Number three is very good. How long should I wait for you? Zumba rumba rumba, 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 zumba rumba right, zumba rumba right, zumba rumba rumba, 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 zumba rumba right, that's right, right, zumba rumba rumba, 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 zumba rumba right, 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 zumba rumba rumba, zumba rumba rumba, stop, zumba rumba rumba, 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 zumba rumba, zumba rumba 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 rumba.
Siyabonga, siyabonga, siyabonga. Let's clap for them again. I personally definitely feel welcome. They started by saying, welcome to Durban. I feel welcome to the kingdom. As the province of my youth, I won't tell you how young I was in those days when I used to be a student here and then moved on to Howard College. And yes, I came to Durban looking like some of these youngsters here. And I actually started my formal career at this university, at Howard College. So I certainly feel welcome. But just a disclaimer, they're not talking about me, they're talking about the woman who's running away. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure. Really, let's appreciate the Iskatamia. They did a great job. And we really want to thank the University of Kwazulu-Natal for arranging for them. I hope when you arrived outside, you also saw traditional dancers outside called Babuse Zulu dancers that UNISA arranged as well. This is a partnership after all. I don't want to favor either of the two groups because I belong to both institutions. I also want, ladies and gentlemen, to also acknowledge that I'm accompanied by two sign language interpreters that we have not yet acknowledged, Melondiwe Mdaba and Mepalesa Nkomatsili. These are the two ladies that are ensuring that today, you know, those of us who are hard of hearing, deaf, etc., are also able to have access to the proceedings through the sign language interpretation. As we move right along, I'd like to call onto the stage Mr. Nelson Khwete from Public Diplomacy at DECO, who's going to set the scene for us and let us know about the state of readiness for the G20 as our government is hosting the summit next month. Thank you, Mr. Khwete. You may take the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Tong. Good morning to everyone. And I would specifically want to acknowledge all the staff members and faculty leaders of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the University of South Africa, as well as some of my colleagues from DERCO. Mr. Mohale is here, Mr. Malehase. I've got other colleagues as well in the hall. Dr. Tong, I was hoping those young men would stay in the hall because I wanted to begin my address by taking on the role of a music critic. Because they started by welcoming us to KZN, but then they were singing a nice song about the fact that they come from the rural areas that once they landed in KZN, they felt some warmth. And then their second song was related to that. After they felt the warmth of the KZN people in Durban, they now said that they're looking for a lady. They started asking for ladies, and they changed their faces. They were looking very sad. Some of them were looking sad. Their leader was not looking sad. I think he's sorted. But the other ones were looking sad. It looks like they were serious. So I was going to plead with the ladies in the room to lend them an ear, but I have since changed my mind because now they started saying number 1, number 2, number 3 ladies. So I'm sorry, if they want 3 ladies, I cannot assist their cause. But if they were looking for 1 lady, I could ask the ladies in the room to please lend them an ear. But no, I've changed my mind. Never mind. Let them find their own way. Okay, thank you very much. I will now speak about the G20. Colleagues, you will know that South Africa is currently the president of the G20. We took on this role in December 2024, and our presidency runs for a 12-month period. So we are handing over the presidency at the end of November. The next country that will be the president of the G20 is the USA. We took our presidency from Brazil, and before then, the president of the G20 was India, and before India, it was Indonesia. I mention those 3 countries because we share a number of commonalities with them. They are developing countries that share a number of objectives with us within the G20, and we believe that we are building on their theme and their priorities when we hold our presidency. It is very significant that South Africa's G20 presidency takes place in the last cycle of the presidencies of all the G20 countries. We are the last of the G20 member countries to hold the presidency since the first president of the G20 in 2008, which was the United States of America. So the G20, some of you may be aware, was formed following the financial crisis of the period 1997 to 1999, which affected mainly a few countries in Asia, specifically Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea, and some parts of China. So the members of what was then the G7 decided that as a grouping, they were too small to mount a global response to that financial crisis. So they reached out beyond their membership to form a broader organization of states that could assist in arresting the global financial crisis of the period 1997 to 1999. So the G20 began as a meeting of ministers of finance and central bank governors during that time in 1999. And South Africa was the only African country that was invited to be a member. The other countries were mainly the G7 countries, US, Canada, Italy, UK, Germany, Japan, China, and they decided that to mount a more representative response to the financial crisis, they had to look beyond their own borders, their own membership of that smaller grouping. So they invited other countries such as India, Brazil, Argentina, and they looked at other regions of the world, Indonesia, and also in the Middle East, they invited countries such as Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to ensure that there's representativity and inclusivity in the work of that new grouping. Now, South Africa was the only African country, as I say, we were regarded as an influential member of the African continent, but also financially, capable of making a contribution to that response. South Africa's membership in the G20 has always been driven by advancing the African agenda. We regarded our membership as an opportunity to advance the interests of the African continent within the G20. And as a result of our insistence on bringing African issues onto the agenda of the G20, the African Union was finally admitted as a member of the G20 during India's presidency in 2023. You would know that the original members of the G20 included the European Union, and South Africa has always been advocating for broader African representativity in the G20. So the inclusion of the African Union is a direct result of that insistence by South Africa that Africa should be more represented in this important organization of states. So what we are doing in the G20 as a president, firstly, when we took over the presidency in December last year, we announced our presidency theme, which is solidarity, equality, sustainability. Those three words mean a lot for the global agenda. Firstly, they align with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which looks at ensuring that the world is more representative, that there is inclusivity in the decisions that are taken by multilateral organizations. We're looking at equality, not just of states, but equality broadly. But equality is a contested word in international relations. When you mention it in a broad concept, everyone agrees that there should be equality among states, equality in terms of sharing responsibilities, equality in terms of making contributions to some of the problems that are affecting the world. But equality is contested because when you say let's be equal in the UN Security Council, then some of the decisions become a little bit difficult. So equality, broadly, I believe that there's consensus on it, but when you get to the nitty-gritty of what equality means, that's where some of the states may find difficulty in agreeing with the meaning of that word. And then sustainability broadly refers to some of the decisions that we take today, that they will have an impact on future generations, and that we should think beyond our current existence as the current leaders of the global community. So broadly, that is what our theme focuses on. We also outlined a number of priorities that define our presidency of the G20 as South Africa, and those priorities were endorsed by all the G20 countries. Firstly, at the first Sherpa meeting that we hosted in Johannesburg in December, at the beginning of December last year, we presented the theme and our priorities, and they were endorsed by everyone. At the foreign ministers meeting in February, which we hosted, the foreign ministers of the G20 countries also endorsed our theme and our set of priorities. Now, those priorities, if I may just outline them briefly. The first priority is with regard to strengthening disaster resilience and response. It's one of the themes that speaks to our own priorities as a country, and the panelists will talk later on about disaster resilience and response. I believe that KZN is one of those case studies in terms of disaster resilience and response. The second priority, high-level priority that we outlined was with regard to debt sustainability for low-income economies. This speaks broadly to our emphasis on ensuring that we champion the interests of African countries. Most of the low-income countries are African countries, and they are unable to service debt. They are unable to access finance. So South Africa is putting that priority forward to ensure that there is consensus in the G20 on how we assist the low-income countries with regard to their management of debt and their access to finance. The third priority that we outlined was with regard to mobilizing finance for a just energy transition. Again, it speaks to our national priorities. It also speaks to what the other countries on the continent are currently preoccupied with regard to just energy transition. It also aligns with the decisions taken at other multilateral organizations, for example, the Paris Climate Agreement, which was a seminal agreement adopted 10 years ago. We're actually marking the 10th anniversary this year of the Paris Climate Agreement. So that is one of our 4 priorities. Our last priority speaks to harnessing critical minerals, and that is, again, a very critical issue that relates to our priorities as a country, but also the priorities of the African continent, as most of the critical minerals are sourced from Africa. So South Africa is attempting to get the G20 to agree on a set of standards with regard to access to critical minerals, but also their beneficiation for our continent of Africa, which is the main source of those minerals. So that is what we had put forward for all the G20 countries. They agreed with us that those priorities are in response to, firstly, the work of the G20 over the years, but they are also relevant for the current period in which we find ourselves. Now, you will recall that in 2008, when the USA hosted the G20, it elevated it from being a meeting of finance ministers and central bank governors to a leaders level. So it became a presidential level type of an organization, and that is where the G20 took a different turn and included the other track. Dr. Tong spoke about the G20 having 2 tracks, the finance track and the Shepherd track. So the Shepherd track emerged out of the decision to elevate the G20 beyond the finance ministers and central bank governors. And again, that decision was prompted by another crisis which was unfolding at the time, the 2008 global financial crisis, which this time emanated from the USA and was sparked by they called it reckless lending in the mortgage sector, but it soon spread throughout the banking industry in the US and the global economy. So that is when the president of the G20 at the time, the USA, decided that we should elevate the G20 to a leaders level to ensure that there is political will with regard to addressing the global community's pressing challenges at the time. Now, I'm not going to go into the details in terms of how South Africa's involvement or membership of the G20 has evolved over the years. I'm only going to focus now on our preparation for the Leaders Summit, which we are hosting next month. Now, South Africa will host the summit of the G20 leaders in Johannesburg on the 22nd and the 23rd of November. And that will be the culmination of all the work that we have done since we became president in December 2024. The G20 summit will adopt a declaration, hopefully, which will be adopted by all the countries of the G20 by consensus. We are working already on the draft declaration, which we presented to the Sherpas in June when we hosted the Sherpa meeting at Sun City. We gave a broad outline of how the leaders' declaration should be structured, and we found that during that time, the G20 countries were in broad agreement with us with regard to how the leaders' declaration should be adopted and the roadmap towards its adoption. We presented the same at the foreign ministers meeting of the G20 last week in New York, where again there was broad agreement on how South Africa envisages that the leaders' declaration will be negotiated and adopted. We are, of course, looking at the G20 declaration, responding to the G20 members and also responding to the global community broadly. And that is why we have, as president of the G20, decided to invite other countries that are not members of the G20 to participate in our presidency. Firstly, members on the continent, as you know, is only South Africa and the African Union, but we've invited other countries such as Ethiopia, Nigeria, Angola, and Egypt to also be present when we host the summit next month. We've also invited other countries beyond our borders, such as Singapore, Norway, and we are ensuring that the G20 remains broadly inclusive beyond the interests of its own members. Now, I'm going to conclude by referring to the preparations. As you know, South Africa will ensure that there is broad inclusivity in the declaration of the leaders. The declaration will be negotiated by the member states of the G20, but South Africa is ensuring that we listen to the voices of civil society and other interested groupings, and that is why we will host, before the Leaders Summit, we will host a social summit in Ekurhuleni. That social summit will be a summit of all the working groups, which include groupings representing women, youth, the labor sector, civil society broadly, etc. So South Africa will ensure that that summit of the non-governmental sector adopts a declaration that will be presented to the leaders for their consideration. That is an attempt by our presidency to ensure that the government opens the door and listens to voices outside of government. And that is broadly how we are approaching our presidency. And this gathering today is further indication of our willingness to listen beyond the corridors of diplomacy, listen to voices outside of government with regard to our priorities and our theme and what else should be considered as we host the presidency of the G20, which is very historic. By the way, it will take another 20 years or so before we become president again. So those of you who are in the hall, who are still young, this is your chance. Otherwise, next time we host the G20, you will be older than Dr. Tong. So don't wait. Make your voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Another round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Kwete. And yes, it's a pity that Iskatamia, our handsome singers, didn't get to hear your music review of their performance. Ladies and gentlemen, partly because we're running out of time, you'll notice that I'm not summarizing at all any of the speeches, any of the speakers, because at any rate, they speak so eloquently. I do hope that you are taking notes, copious notes, as they are speaking, and so that when the time comes, because Mr. Kwete will join the panel discussion when it takes place. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next part of the program, which is a panel discussion. This part of the program will be led by Dr. Let me get all my notes. Dr. Suheifa Bamji, who's sitting right there. Let me introduce her briefly. She's a senior lecturer in the School of Law at UKZN, an admitted attorney of the High Court of South Africa. She studied here, is a very passionate advocate for social justice and women's rights, community engagement, etc. She gave me a very beautiful summary of her introduction. Dr. Bamji, forgive me for not going through all of it, but she serves on the board of directors of Lifeline Rape Crisis in Pietermaritzburg, where she contributes to survivor support initiatives, strategic litigation, and policy reform advocacy, amongst many, many, many of the other things that she does. She will be accompanied by panelists. For now, I just want to welcome her. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes and invites her panelists as I step off for this part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tong. Thank you to all of our panelists Thank you to everyone here for coming. I can't really remember all the names, but let me say all protocol observed. And thank you for that gracious introduction. So I'm going to be leading this discussion panel with a number of experts, and hopefully we'll be able to interrogate some deep issues, concerns that affect, I'm going to say, us as the youth, and some of you other more seasoned veterans. So as Nelson has said, South Africa leads the G20 for the very first time. And so we gather here, not just here, but in very many community engagement halls, community halls that have happened all over the province. I think we're over 40 at last count. We're probably at 40 plus community engagement halls that have happened leading up to November. And so we do gather at a moment of immense possibility. So this is not just a diplomatic milestone. It's a chance to reimagine global leadership through the lens of African wisdom, resilience, and innovation. KZN, our home, our host province, has faced its fair share of trials. Devastating floods, civil unrest, and persistent challenges in service delivery. Yet, it is also a province of extraordinary resilience, creativity, and community strength, and amazing hair. The G20 Community Hall is more than a venue. You'll remember, certainly from my generation, these sorts of engagements didn't happen in formal structures and formal buildings. We met under a tree. We met in schoolyards, we met in mosques, we met in churches, we met in temples. But now we are here. So think of that, it is a community hall, and that is what we hear. So it's more than a venue, it is a headspace, it is an emotion, and it's a space where academic insight, civic engagement, and community experience converge to shape the global agenda. But beyond policy frameworks and technical expertise, we must also honor the power of local knowledge. Now, some of us in the room still remember when there used to be adverts on TV and we couldn't just press skip and move along. So there was an advert on TV, and I think that advert captures what we're trying to do here very beautifully. There was a truck that was stuck at a low-lying bridge, and the truck was too tall for the bridge and it couldn't get through. And so they brought a lot of experts, and the experts were measuring with the tape measures and deciding, do we destroy the bridge so that the truck can go? Do we build another road and reroute the truck? How do we get through this? And there was a little boy just sitting by the side of the road like this, just watching all of these very clever people, right, from the rural areas, just watching all of these people. Gets up very quietly, unassumingly, and lets the air out of all 4 tires on this truck. Problem solved. Problem solved, right? So this moment is more than clever or fancy advertising or marketing. Where's the marketing people in the room? My guy, right? It's more than just about clever marketing or trying to make good TV. It helps us remember, it's emblematic of South African ingenuity. It reminds us that solutions don't always come from boardrooms or blueprints or textbooks or certificates. Sometimes they come from the ground up, from those who see the world differently, who understand context, and who apply practical wisdom. Sometimes it comes from the most unexpected places. It might just come from this room, and I believe very strongly that our solutions will come from here. So as we engage today, let's let this town hall help us explore how solidarity, equality, sustainable development can be realized through meaningful, inclusive dialogue. And that's the point about inclusive. And when I engage with our panelists, when we think about all of the very many community halls that have happened, and a few that are still yet to happen, it makes me think of the proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And so in this panel, we will be talking together with ourselves and with you, and hopefully we can move forward that way and build a very, very strong South Africa membership for the G20. All right, so without further ado, today's panel brings, like I said, together leaders, thought leaders, whose work span economics, governance, climate change, world banking and finance, public participation, and global diplomacy. In no particular order, I will introduce the panelists, and please, if you can take your seat, and then we can hit the ground running. So joining us today is Professor Sagi Nasia, a geographer whose work helps us understand how development policies affect people on the ground, especially when it comes to basic services like water. He's deeply interested in how communities respond to government decisions and how everyday struggles connect to bigger global issues. His research spans everything from local government and social movements to public participation and sustainable livelihoods. Professor Nasia, please join us. I'm equally delighted to welcome Professor Thea van der Westhuizen to join us on the panel. Prof. van der Westhuizen is the AL of High Impact Community Engagement and Internationalization here at UKZN. She's a multi-award winning academic who's passionate about turning ideas into action, especially when it comes to youth development and entrepreneurship. She's the founder of SHAPE, a program that's been recognized as the best youth development organization in KZN, and she's worked with leaders from around the world, including ambassadors, CEOs, and even in the National Olympic Committee through her work with Paddle for the Planet. Thank you, please, Professor. Our next panelist I'd like to welcome, Dr. Sanele Gumede, also the AL of High Impact Community Engagement here at UKZN. He is an economist and a leader in community engagement here. His work looks at how transport systems, infrastructure, and regulations affect our economy and how we can make these systems work better for everyone. He's presented his research around the world, including in Japan and China. And he's also helped bring economic conversations to the public through radio, reaching the community at community level. And I'm sure you all know Ukhozi FM, and you would have, when you hear Dr. Gumede speak, I'm sure you all will recognize his voice. Dr. Gumede, please join us on the panel. I'm also very, very excited to welcome Dr. Mzwanele Nchwanti to the discussion today and to join us on the panel. He's an economist and lecturer at UNISA. He holds a PhD from the University of Birmingham. He started teaching at the tender young age of 23 and has been involved in shaping conversations around education, social justice, economic reform ever since. And he's worked with very many organizations pushing fairness for youth development, access to finances and infrastructure. Thank you. Dr. Nchwanti, please join us. It's been a long time since I've had to stand at a podium like this and speak. It does feel like I'm in court again, but fun times. So thank you, everyone. And again, Nelson, thank you still for being on the panel. So I'm going to want to keep it as conversational as possible. I'm going to look at you when I speak to you, stare you in the eye. I want to keep it as conversational as possible. What we're going to think about and frame our minds around are maybe 5 broad themes that encapsulate everyone's expertise, and I'm sure there'll be overlap and discussion. So theme 1, basic services, infrastructure, and local realities. Theme 2, youth, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity. Theme 3, education, skills, and social justice. Theme 4, global engagement, diplomacy, and public participation. And theme 5, global financial institutions, economic reform, and justice. So where's a good place to start? Let's talk about global engagement and global engagement, diplomacy, and public participation. And I'll lead with this, and then whoever feels comfortable to step in and engage, please do. So the G20 is often seen as a space for high-level diplomacy. But how do we ensure that voices from ordinary South Africans, especially from provinces like KZN, are heard and reflected in global decision-making? And what do we think that our voices will say? Prof. van der Westhuizen? Sorry, are the mics working from the front? Oh, goodness, I broke it. I broke it. Is it fine? All right, great. Sorry, are the mics working? Okay, so Prof. van der Westhuizen, do you want to lead off with that one? Yes, sure. So the G20, we see it and we understand it as a high-level diplomacy discussion, but we've brought it now to ground level. How do we make this work? Aside from rooms like this, how do we make this work, and so that voices are heard, and how do we make voices heard?
Thank you. Must we get to the... What button? Silver button. Test it. Ooh. A quick question. If you're 35 or younger, please put up your hand. Now give yourself a hand for being here. Because this is how we make things happen. This is exactly how we make things happen. We show up when there's an opportunity to be involved with discussions where we can influence. Now, clever guys at the Presencing Institute at MIT say, if we want to have this conversation and make it happen for ourselves, there's a 5-step process. And this process they identify as co-initiate. This co takes place twofold. First, me, myself, and I, my lower self with my higher self. Where do I envision my future self? Where do I see myself, not only in my city, my province, but in the rest of the world? How is my future unfolding? And then the co-initiate, who are those people that I need to communicate with and engage with? Second, co-sense. What are those things, social innovations, that we need to address so that we can reach our potential for the future self? That is me, myself, and I, within my broader ecosystem, that place that I want to help build. Third, co-inspire. That is that thing that I need to take responsibility from deep within. How can I engage with things around me and within my ecosystem that we not only reactively think of problem solving, but if we co-inspire, we break through to generative thought, things that can bring innovations. So where do we need that discussions to take place so that we can enable innovative thought? After we brought the co-inspire, then there's the co-create. We've now identified people in our ecosystem. We got the conversations in place. We got the social innovations in place. How's the road that we're going to build? Co-evolve is step 5. We start with the process from the beginning. Now, this 5-step process is not something that I mention as a just theoretical example. They've implemented at several places within Africa. They've implemented this method within the Innovation for African Universities initiative, which was the largest Africa entrepreneurial ecosystemic building. They've implemented in NASA, Lufthansa, and at places and in Canada. So, long and short, co. We are here, it's us together and in conversation. If we want to build something together, it's in a tandem process, us young people with others, but also this involvement starts with us and introspection of where we see our future selves.
Okay, great. Thanks for starting that off. So where I see us, Prof, what you're saying is that it starts with me, it starts with one, but that like ripples on a pond. And it starts with one, you bring someone else on, you empower that person, you also then are empowered by what they bring to the table. And these innovations then become teachable moments and replicatable moments that can spread beyond small communities to broader communities, Africa and the globe.
I think as we move on, we will unpack from KwaZulu-Natal and the country who's our ecosystem. So if we know who do we need to work with, who's the people in the university, who's the people in the province, in the city, our ecosystem, when we know who we need to go with, who's going to take our hands, who's going to help to inspire us, that will unfold hopefully during the discussions of the panel.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. I'll move to the next theme. I'm just going to jump around. I want to talk about global financial institutions, economic reform, and justice. And I'll just frame it this way. So when we think about global financial institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the WTO, they play a major role in shaping economic policies. We want to talk about development, etc., but it's hard to do, without money. It's hard to do without money. Sometimes they say you have to have money to make money. So in that frame, these banks play a major role in shaping economic policy across the world, right? But their decisions often have uneven impacts, as Mr. Kwete told us, especially, in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, and more so now when we're talking about here at home in KZN. How, as far as South Africa leads the G20 for this time period, how can we push for reforms that make these institutions more responsive to our realities? Thanks, Doc.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think this is very important, and I think South Africa has taken quite a lead in this space in the form of creating the Africa Debt Expert Panel, for an example, and South Africa prioritizing debt sustainability as part of its priorities for its G20 presidency. So a lot of work has been happening in that regard, and maybe to just mention that fits into a whole ecosystem of the work that's being done in reforming the global financial institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, and WTO and others. And this is a problem because, and I'm starting with the debt issue because debt has become a moral question of our time. For instance, over 30 countries of the 54 countries in Africa spend more on debt than they spend on education and as well as health and social protection. So we're having a developmental crisis in Africa and in other emerging economies as much as we're having a debt problem. So this is our biggest challenge. And in the form of the G20, we've then had the common framework, but only about 2 countries have participated or applied for debt restructuring under the common framework, which is Zambia and Ghana. And even in those times when the restructuring happens, it takes long and it's tedious, and there are no peer reviews and there's no learnings, and there's more emphasis on creditor interest versus borrower country interest. So, I mean, I'm sure I'm talking about a lot of things that are happening in this space, but that's because a lot, in terms of the reform of these financial institutions, is happening. And I just wanted to center the debt issue. So South Africa has been leading this convention, for instance, the UN Debt Convention, which was sort of adopted this year under the Civil Platform for Action on Tax, and then we're now pushing one for debt. The bigger problem here that you have with MDBs in the form of the World Bank or the IMF, and now bilateral creditors in the form of the Asian countries, is that you've got a prioritization of creditor countries or private creditors over the debt countries. In the African context, we have a problem of the cost of capital, and South Africa within its G20 has tried to elevate this, and by the cost of capital, we basically talk about the risk, or rather the interest rate that African countries face when they go to global financial capital markets, and that's estimated to be about 2 or 3 times higher than what countries in the global north, for instance, would be exposed to when they go to these financial institutions to finance development. And this is, of course, precipitated by a number of issues, such as the exposure of our countries to debt, but also the risk perception that we don't have bankable projects, which again would speak to the ideas about energy transition, development, and climate resilience, which would be applicable, for instance, for provinces such as KZN. So I think I've said quite a lot, but I tried to just frame it to say...
No, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to jump from what you just said. Thanks. It's like
Yeah,
you saw my script.
yeah, thank you so much.
So on the one on climate resilience and climate change, Professor Nasia, I think I'd like to come to you on this one. KZN has experienced the devastating effects of climate change firsthand, from the deadly floods, which weren't just the weather. I mean, it led to infrastructure collapse, displacement from homes and communities. And as South Africa leads the G20, how do we ensure climate justice? How do we ensure that climate justice is not just a slogan? It's so nice and easy to just use these buzzwords and tick them off and say you've done it, but how do we ensure that it is a lived reality justice, that the communities on the front lines actually experience, feel, and benefit from justice? Prof.
Thanks for that. Our isiKhathimia group, in one of the lines from the item said that eThekwini is the warmest place to be. It's quite literally the warmest place to be, because in terms of global warming, 2024 was the hottest year on record. And on average, we've been experiencing temperature increases over the last 48 years. And these records have been kept from 1850. So we are in a pot, quite literally, that is boiling, and this pot is global. So quite literally, eThekwini, one of those places which is perhaps those warm places to be. Now, my colleague here indicated a number of codes. One of the codes which I think we should focus on is the collective. The reason why we are in this situation of increased temperatures and so on is not because of the collective. It is because of a minority. And that is as a result of another code, which is consumption. So there is a minority which is consuming more than the rest of us. So if we have to reframe that, how do we address the issue of climate justice? I think we have to look at climate injustice first, because there is, we live on a continent which is experiencing the effects of a minority. It's just not rhetoric. There has been research which has been done, which has put the two together, and which has indicated that in 2019, the top 10% of the wealthiest people in this world consumed over 50% of resources and were responsible for over 50% of global emissions. So I think while we want to be inclusive and so on, we need to address the elephant in the room, which is unequal power relations. So those who have caused the problem need to take responsibility for that problem, and they need to solve it. And one of the ways in which they can start to solve this problem is by addressing issues such as funding the just energy transition. So we hear numbers banded about $100 billion per year. However, when the figures are disaggregated, the actual contributions are around between $2 billion and $35 billion. On the other hand, the subsidies to those who are causing the problem. And the problem here is the burning of fossil fuels. Those people, those big companies, are being subsidized to the tune of $700 billion. So you can see there's an unequal relationship here. So as long as we don't address those kinds of issues, you know, inclusivity and so on will simply ring hollow. We need to make a noise. We can follow different steps and models and so on, but we are living that reality. Our basic services are in a parlous state, and what has happened is that all of us now realize, you know, middle-class person like me, we realize what it is to go without electricity. Well, this has been for quite a long time. Water. But there are communities right on our doorstep who have been experiencing this for years. So I guess the rich and the middle class now realize how the majority lives. So we need to do something about it, and I think we need to be noisy and not be polite.
Thank you, Prof. I really, really appreciated how you framed that. We can't talk about justice in an abstract. We should talk about injustice first. And as you were speaking, things like carbon footprint and responsibility of the nations that are causing the carbon emissions and the carbon footprint, that struck me. And it reminded me of a paper that appeared in Lancet a few years ago about what is the ideal dinner plate, portions on a dinner plate that people should be eating so that it's climate health, so that there's less carbon emissions, it's better for the environment, less methane gases, etc. And it came down to a very, very small portion of meat protein on the plate. And after about a year of this paper being out, it was then criticized. It was heavily criticized because it was a global plate. It didn't take into account cultural norms. It didn't take into account that in the West, they were consuming the most amount of red meat, but also wasting the most amount of red meat. And that sort of rubber stamping imposition of what your carbon footprint should be, it negatively affected the sub-Saharan Asian countries without taking into consideration where is the source of the injustice and where is the source of the problem, rather than a blanket. So thank you, Prof. That really does help frame that. Thank you. Dr. Kumede, I'm going to put you in the spotlight now. Given your work on transport and infrastructure, on how transport and infrastructure shape economic outcomes, how can South Africa use its G20 leadership to advocate for economic models that better serve developing regions like KZN, especially in terms of inclusive growth, fair trade, regional integration, and I know about your work with the ports and the port authorities. How do we take that forward that way? Thank you.
Thanks, Prompt Director. Greetings, all protocol observed. Yes, I'm looking at the numbers here. Thanks for the question as well. One, I was curious, looking at, for instance, look at the G20. I'm counting countries in the G20, and I'm ranking them in terms of economic size. You'll notice that none of the African countries feature in the top 20 economies. I think we're about 40, number 40, and we're doing better in Africa. But if G20 was only the major economies, top 20 economies, South Africa or none of African countries will be included there. I also look at SDGs to date, the track. You know what, we are sitting there ranked very low at number 111 in terms of progress to date. SDGs are 5 years to expire, 2030 they're expiring. So we have, in terms of achievement, we're still at 64%, and we have not achieved it, and we have to achieve that. Majority of it, we're doing very badly. If you think of sustainable cities, we've went down, reducing hunger, and zero hunger, zero poverty, we really are going down. I think the Prof is mentioning very well that we have a majority who have really lived in situations where basic services like electricity, water are not really as attainable. I'm from there as well, so I really understand, Prof, what you're speaking about, because it's what really I'm accustomed to. I've grew up, and we mostly accepted this. We get to a point where now we're in G20, leading this G20, and we've a whole lot of bags of these problems. Without South Africa being invited to G20, I was thinking to myself, why are we invited to G20 when we're not even top 20, we're not even making top 30 economies? Look, if G20 speak alone and without any African countries to understand the problems that we have here, and that's our role here in G20, to try and bring another factor, which is not what the US, the major economies will speak about, the issues that we will speak about and advocate for. I mean, our influence in G20, our membership in G20, we could accurately say that African Union is now invited in G20. I think now if you count those groupings, will be 21, with African Union being invited into the 23. But you look into a space where I think members from government will attend to this. We have a problem of solving current issues and also trying to invest for the future. And that is one big problem that the Minister of Finance always has a headache on when they distribute the budget, to say, what do we do with the current problems of people who are suffering now versus of the problem that will invest in, and probably you will have sustainable development going forward, and say, how do you split in those? You'll find that infrastructural budgets spent from government will only speak, not even making 10% over the last 5 years. How much we spend in infrastructure is literally way less than what it should be to get our sustainable growth that we would like to have. You think Africa, South Africa being, having the 2 international ports, the busiest one, big ones that really can lead to regional development. And you look at our capital formation in the economy, that really, at this moment, we could speak about the state of rail, the state of our roads, the state of our ports, and connectivity through Africa. You see that really there are these issues that we see on an everyday basis. You know, if I speak on radio as well about economic issues, especially if I say our economy has grown by 1% or whatever percentage that statistics will speak about, the one big question that you really find from any ordinary person and say, look, if you speak about economic growth, it's not something numbers that you must speak about in the lab. It's something that I must feel. It's something that I can't speak about economic growth if I still go home empty stomach,
if I still see a lot of unemployed people here. I know officially we say 30%, but if you really count the number of people unemployed, you will get up to 60%. Without changing those core issues that really affect us, inequalities, issues that really affect us, it's kind of hard to say in this community engagement town hall, to say we engage in communities. Let's try and speak, let's try and make sense on what you are speaking at the moment. And you ask an average person and say, what really are you feeling about it here? I mean, we've been president of G20 since December last year. In October today, at this moment, ask any man in the streets what you're feeling about the G20 presidency that you are hosting here. What has been the impact here? That's why this community engagement has to come into to say that what areas, what pressure points we need to put here. What are those low-hanging fruit to go into so that we really realize this. I mean, we have a lot of talk shows that really have spoken about this. I mean, at this moment we're speaking about, we have the African Free Continental Trade Agreement, and infrastructure to trade with amongst African countries, it's quite limiting as well. You find more African countries trade more with international, across our oceans, rather than trading within Africa, which to say, if you look carefully, that we really have these infrastructure blockage, infrastructure challenges that really we have not really so much invested in. And again, you're going back to a question of institutional reforms here to say, if you are paying more interest rates to service debts than what you could spend on education, on health, is to say that how much more availability of investment you need to have. I mean, if you still have Moody's, Fitch, say African countries are not a destination for investment, if you still hear such things here, is to say, I mean, my take here is saying, if you are evaluating this from the point of these major economies, you're missing something, which is why I'm saying, if you think G20 countries, we're not featuring in the top 20 economies, but us here is advocate for that voice and say, look at us the way you need to look at us. It's not hard to see international companies trying to invest in Africa, and they fail, and they leave Africa, and we continue ourselves. I could mention many names of international, multinational companies trying to invest here, and they leave. The lack of understanding of how the African context looks like, and we need to have a bigger voice to try and advocate and really do a research as well on our own African space, and then of course educate the entire nation, entire world to say, this is how you need to look at Africa, this is what development means and look like in Africa, not the way it's been perceived by the global markets all over the world. Thank you.
Oh, well, lovely, thank you. So, Dr. Mwede, as you were speaking, so we all watch football at some point, soccer. Yeah?
Oh, great. Yeah.
We know about the World Cup football and the history. We all know about Brazil, correct? Mm-hmm. Brazil is a formidable champion in its own right. But I watched, a few years ago, it was a documentary on the history of the Brazilian football team. And the very first time that they were invited to play on the world stage, they failed dismally. They were brilliant at home, but they failed dismally, and their president called them an embarrassment. When their coach asked them, why are you playing so badly in the world stage? Why are you now acting shy when you're in front of the world? It's still a football field, it's the same ball, it's the same rules, it's the same game. He says, you told us not to play our style of football. You told us to play their style of football. We can't do this their way. If you let us do it our way, we'll show you. So I think for me, that's where we need to do African things for Africa our way. Yes, there's a field that we're playing in, there's rules we need to abide by, but there's a way of thinking, a way of being that can work for us, that can't work for another space. So Thank you. I hope that helps, if I've understood the discussion. Okay, so we're going to throw it back now to the panel at large. I think we've all had opportunities to speak in our individual spaces and capacities. So I'm going to throw it out to you guys and just jump in and come in as you like. If you could make a wish list, so like a Christmas list or a birthday list, to present to this G20 summit come the end of South Africa's tenure, based on your area of expertise, what would be the top 3 things you would put on your list and why? Right, so let's start with Prof. van der Westhuizen. What's your top 3 and why?
See, we move into ladies first here. I think there would be only one thing on my wish list, and that would be mapping ecosystemic connectedness. Because for us to move forward as an ecosystem, we need to connect the dots. And while we are connecting the dots, and our job as a university is to help to develop skills, make future readiness preparedness, and bring different people, role players in the ecosystem together. So, what I would like to see on my wish list is a space where young people are plugged in and ready to play with whatever opportunities a university got to offer. Whether it is developing young innovators, whether it is visits to the international office to mobilize, whether it is bring our young people together with other role players. Then plug in and play and connect the ecosystem from the university space to government sectors, municipalities, private sector agencies, for example, Chamber of Commerce, community leaders, where we come from, because ecosystems are localized, other SMME owners, corporates, and then the international space. So only one thing on my wish list is plug in and play within an ecosystem.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you, it's create the spaces for hit the ground running with much exposure, opportunity, and the freedom and the courage to say, show me how, so that I can build it forward.
And I think what you just said as the last part is, if you can't run, the show me how will take the hand and help you run.
Dr. Nshwanti, you have a go now. You are allowed 3. You don't have to be economical and choose one. You can, I'll let you have 3.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Prof. I think because perhaps this is some of the work we've just been pushing, and I think the question you're asking really is what would be an ambitious outcome of a South African G20, you know? And obviously I would have a long list, but I think the one thing, for instance, that we really want, and I think we can really invite all of us here, because the statistic is quite important, that we spend more on debt servicing costs than we do on education, health, and social protection. I think, for instance, in South Africa, when we delivered the budget earlier this year, for every rand in the budget, we spent 21 cents of it on servicing debt, which means that we really are regressing on SDGs, and we've not been able to meet that. So one of the things that could be done, for instance, in this issue, of course, South Africa continues to call for the reform of the IMF and the World Bank, and this is important to democratize the institutions and scaling up concessional financing, which directly goes into education, health, and so forth. I mean, you probably also saw the crisis that was caused by US aid being closed and the catastrophic impact that had on health and education centers in South Africa and other countries as well. So we need, for instance, the IMF to use the SRD, which is the special drawing rights, more effectively, again, to support development. This has only been used once during the COVID-19 crisis when we wanted to support countries that were in distress. But countries in South Africa and other countries in the continent are in distress, and therefore they need a lot of funding channeled into them, particularly to finance development, especially then on the wake of climate change as well as energy transitions. And I think within our presidency in November, we can launch the Borrowers Club. This is important for peer review for those countries that are in debt distress or those countries that are unable to finance their expenditures on these critical areas, to share peer review mechanisms, to come together to coordinate, share lessons and bargain on issues, for instance, interest rates at which they lend from these MDBs, IFIs, or bilateral creditors. And I think that would a big one, of course, is that you suspend debt repayments for countries that are in distress, to allow, again, I mean, we're all committed to the SDGs, and we said by 2030 we would see, health, climate transitions, women and girls, industries, clean water, environment, etc. So we're not going to be able to get there unless we suspend debt repayments for many countries and prioritize development over private creditor interests. And I think that would be my basket, Chair. And I'll tell you more about the other things I have.
Yeah. I gave you only 3. But we can put it in the wish list, and the only 3 things I'll put click and send and ding ding.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll throw then Professor Nasia to the spotlight.
I think that time for wishing is over. We need to say what we want. And here is our opportunity to do that. The issue that holds us as a continent in perpetual subjugation is the issue of debt. So this is what we want. Not a suspension of the debt, but a transfer of the debt to those people, those countries which have been responsible for our exploitation in terms of our resources and so on. They simply flow out of this continent. So with AI, just to sidetrack a bit, AI is purportedly supposed to contribute around $25 trillion to the global economy. Africa's contribution is going to be around 2%. So you do the calculation. I hope you haven't done maths literacy. Okay. So, well, that would be a wish. Get rid of maths literacy. So, Africa's going to be responsible for supplying all those minerals that, promotes or allows AI technology to work. And our cut is going to be 2% of $25 trillion. So I would say we want the debt to be transferred into a facility where it is paid off by people external to Africa. Secondly, we are experiencing the consequences of someone else's actions. Overconsumption by the West in particular. So, whenever there are disasters that strike us, we've had our floods here, it's not as if we are not responsible. South Africa has also made its own contribution in terms of, you know, our coal-powered power stations and so on. We will also play our part. In terms of ensuring those funds are used to repair infrastructure, renew infrastructure that you know, is a result or consequence of climate change. So those are the things that we would want. We want inclusivity, and inclusivity that is substantive, rather than something that exists on paper.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Mr. Kwete, you're not getting away. I haven't forgotten about you. And there is method to my madness. It is madness, but there is method to it. Mr. Kwete, you've been involved in these community engagement halls since their very inception. So you've been at all of them, and you've heard what all the different panels have said. And now you've had an opportunity to hear what the KZN panel has said. I want you to give us your impressions and of the various types of questions that we ask, but also more critically in terms of this wish list that you've heard from our panelists, each of their wish lists. How aligned is their list to what you've heard in the other provinces and other town halls? How divergent is it? And how much of that alignment or divergence, more specifically divergence, has to do with province-based particular needs? Thank you, Mr. Kwete.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. I want to say that listening to the divergent voices across the country with regard to our membership and participation in the G20, one gets the impression that there's a growing frustration amongst the people with regard to lack of progress on some of the issues that pertain to South Africa's relations with the world, on issues of trade, economic development mostly. South Africans do not want business as usual with regard to how Africa has related with the outside world, particularly Europe, the Americas, the developed countries. I believe that South Africans want to see the African continent becoming more resilient, more self-sufficient, while at the same time still being an active citizen. And I emphasize active citizenship because as an active citizen of the global community, we have certain rights, but we also have responsibilities as a country. So the question is beyond what is in it for South Africa. It's what is South Africa's contribution to the G20, to shaping the G20? How do we want it to be like moving forward? And I want to assure you that South Africa will remain invested in the G20 beyond its own presidency, even though some of the priorities of the other countries may differ from what we are trying to push on the agenda. We will still insist that issues pertaining to Africa with regard to debt sustainability, access to finance, do not get sidelined on the G20 agenda. So South Africa will remain invested in ensuring that Africa's voice is heard on the G20 agenda and also in other multilateral organizations. We will work with other like-minded countries. There are countries outside of the African continent that share our concerns, countries such as Brazil, countries such as India, with whom we share a lot of characteristics. When you look at those two countries in particular, you see that the gap between the rich and the poor is so vast, both in India and in Brazil. The richest people in Brazil have said and in India, to say they live like kings is an understatement. They are rich, and the poorest people are also some of the most poorest people in the world. So in those two countries, the same as in South Africa, where the gap is so vast between the rich and the poor, and therefore you see a lot of people who are not active in the economy because of certain systemic challenges, which are not only relating to the national situation, the political and economic situation at the nation-state level, but they are impacted by the decisions of these international gatherings, such as the G20. So South Africa will remain invested in the G20 agenda and on advocating for fairer representation of the African continent. I've had colleagues emphasizing democratization, which is a contested thing in diplomacy, because democracy means different things to different countries. So for now, we want more representation, which is the first prize, more representation of Africa in the G20, in other multilateral institutions, even the UN. You would know that we are calling for more representation of Africa, as Africa is among the biggest member groupings, is the biggest region in the UN, but the voice of the African continent in the UN has dwindled over the years, is not being heard on many issues relating to security, to development. Some of the African countries we have had will miss the SDGs, many of the SDGs. Some of the countries actually will miss all the SDGs, countries such as South Sudan. It is expected that South Sudan will not achieve any of the SDGs. Basic issues such as access to healthcare, access to education, access to health, as I emphasize, and also issues relating to social security for elderly people, young people, all of those, some of the countries are not going to achieve by the time the SDGs expire in 2030. So South Africa is going to use this platform and other multilateral platforms to ensure that we continue to represent the African continent, and that we also include them on the table, our fellow African states, because they not only need to be represented through South Africa, but we must create space for them to be in the room and to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kwete. So I am vigilant of time, and what I'm just going to allow the panel to do is 60 seconds round up your pay it forward, your take it away, and as Mr. Kwete said, it's not just about the take, what can we get, it's also about what we can give. So 60 seconds, your time starts now.
All right, all right. I'll try. Stop me. Second. All right. South Africa needs to advocate for a lot more of this collaboration and partnership, equal partnership. In a way that if we're on a table, we're not seeing like a smaller person and the elder person. You'll see how USA and South Africa relationship look like at the moment, and many other partners which we are partnering with. Let's try and have this equal partnership. Let's try and advocate also as well for Africa being seen as a partner that really can do a lot of manufacturing. I think we can do it here rather than being a space where resources are exploited and then opportunities are being realized elsewhere where there are no resources. We have enough resources in Africa that we can help the entire of Africa as well. But exactly in our back room as well, we need to sweep away corruption. I think there's something that we really need to be visible on. Not only the commissions, but actions after commissions as well need to be seen. There's much more money to spend there. How much billions we spend on Zondo Commission, how much we're spending on Madlang Commission now, and other commissions that we've had, and there are practical solutions that really come from there. And then we're not implementing majority of them. And that doesn't look like we also are serious about this thing. Let's be serious by how our house looks like, and of course how we can shape others as well. Others are not hearing us because our room is really not clean at all. And let's clean our room, and then really others really will hear us if we show leadership by action.
You're way out of time.
Oh, sorry.
Gracia?
Okay. I think I'll be 30 seconds. So we need inclusive development. So what does that mean, actually? It means this. We want development on our terms. We don't want to be dictated to. There are other countries in the world who refuse to be dictated to. So we need to take the power into our own hands. As my colleague was saying, we need to clean up our act as well in terms of governance. There's poor governance across the board, and we need to take a serious look at that. If our cities are not governed well, then we are in a powerless state. We will simply descend into squalor and underdevelopment, and we will simply become a nation of complainants. Thank you.
Prof. van der Westhuizen?
The world is waiting. It's waiting for you to lead. It's not going to come to you and sit and wait. The world is waiting for you to step up and lead. Take leadership and ownership of own lives. Go and approach those that you see important to take your future self forward and lead. Lead your own lives, lead your own future. The key is within UKZN's ethos. Be inspired to greatness and inspiring greatness.
Doc?
Thank you so much, Prof. I think just to echo everyone that what everyone has said, and just to thank you very much for participating in this. I think it really indicates the interest that the students as well as the academics have on international diplomacy, economy, and stuff like that. So I just wanted to invite everyone here to check out the G20 website from DECO, see where you think you can participate and where your interests are. But please don't just be passive in your participation. There's a lot of things that require the leadership that you need to show. So go out there, get in touch. Don't let them go here without getting their emails. Make sure that you are able to be in touch and you make your voice on a number of things that South Africa is calling for. Your participation matters. Write those emails, write those tweets, write those open letters. Go on the social media, make the noise. You are the ones to push the countries that keep congregating in your cities and they are not doing things that improve your development and your conditions. And we need to hold them accountable, and it is only us who can do that.
Mr. Kwezi, I think I'll let you close this session up for us.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with everyone else, what has been said. In summary, I want to conclude my input by saying that it's not all doom and gloom on the African continent when you look at where we come from over the years. One of the things that indicate that we are getting somewhere, firstly, at the African Union level, in the past, it used to be acceptable that countries or leaders who come to power through unconstitutional means are welcomed. And some of them, they arrive at the UN in their military regalia, etc. That is history now. When a leader comes to power through unconstitutional means, they are suspended from the African Union. So at the moment, there are about 7 countries that are suspended from the African Union because they have experienced unconstitutional changes of government. That is a very positive step that the African continent has taken, and they are walking the talk on that. South Africa is very much in support of those types of decisions at the AU level because we are trying to entrench democratization on the African continent and peaceful transfers of power. So that is one indication that it's not all doom and gloom, we're getting somewhere. The second indication is that at the moment, South Africa is driving, together with other African countries, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which came into operation, and we are already trading with a number of our African countries through the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. One of the reasons why Africa has remained largely underdeveloped over the years was because we are trading with everyone else except ourselves. There was very little intra-African trade, and that has to do with a number of challenges that stem from our history. For example, it's easier to fly from South Africa to the UK than it is to fly from South Africa to the Central African Republic. If I'm flying to Gabon and someone is flying to, say, Paris, the person going to Paris is going to arrive before me, even though I'm going half the distance. So there are initiatives that are being undertaken to improve our infrastructure connectivity so that it's easier to do business with fellow African countries as opposed to what we have been accustomed to in the past, where all African roads and rail were pointing to the sea so that we can drive out our raw materials for their beneficiation elsewhere. That situation is changing now. More African countries are involved in cross-border infrastructure projects, and we are seeing more connectivity on the African continent, and that is going to change our economies for the better. Unfortunately, it's not going to solve our current problems now, but it is going to solve our problems going forward. We will have better African intra-trade because of those types of initiatives which South Africa supports and which South Africa is championing at the African Union level. So the G20 is an opportunity for us to elevate our own issues onto the global stage, but we shouldn't expect the G20s to solve all of our problems now. Let's be part of this process and follow through over the years while we resolve other issues outside of the G20, because not all our problems can be solved through the G20 process. There are other platforms that we can use to spread our influence and change our situation as an African country, as a developing country. But my last parting shot, I know UNISA has partnerships with other African institutions, even has a footprint in other African countries. I want to see other universities also, creating linkages with other African universities, because young people in Africa make up the majority of the population on the continent. So we should have direct linkages between the young people at the university level. If the institutions are not doing it, the students must do it. Nothing stops you now with technology. Talk to the students at the University of Ghana, at the University of Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Mozambique. Let's have intra-African trade even at our level as institutions of higher learning. Because the solutions to our problems is not going to come from the G20, it's going to come from us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can all take our leave, but thank you so much for all of that insights. Thank you for letting me talk to you. I like talking to people, so thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Tong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bamji. Let's do 3 claps of Dr. Bamji. 1, 2, 3. 3 claps for, okay, so how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lots of claps. Let's clap for all of them then. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you for the very erudite contributions, very detailed. We see that you certainly took your time to prepare your presentations, and you certainly edified our thirst for knowledge as you undertook this process. Thank you, and thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, we move gears again. I'd like to invite another facilitator, Mr. Siabonga Seme, who's the Manager for Communications and Marketing at UNISA for the region of KwaZulu-Natal, who will then take us through the next session. When Dr. Mieza was introducing herself, she spoke about her connections to this university, Mr. Seme, as well. I think for me, it just shows, that as the two universities of South Africa and UKZN, we have especially in the province at any rate, and even others like myself from outside of the province currently, we have this continuing interconnected relationships. And as Mr. Khwete says, we need to ensure that we do it even beyond the provinces and the national and take it to Africa. Mr. Seme, the podium is yours, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Tong, thank you very much, Program Director. Sanbonani Ganbingelela. My name is Siabonga Seme, as Dr. Tong has already indicated. I'm the Communication and Marketing Manager for KwaZulu-Natal, UNISA, and I'm very happy to be back at home. As Dr. Tong has indicated, I'm also the product of this university. And in the past, I have had an opportunity to also work at this university. And today is like a homecoming, Dr. Tong. Further, I also work with Dr. Tong at the head office, UNISA in Pretoria, before I was deployed to the region. I'm very happy to be here. And first and foremost, I must thank my management team at UNISA KZN region for ensuring that as the region, we take full control and full participation in the activities of this nature so that the University of South Africa is truly a University of South Africa being felt across South Africa. And from our experience, Dr. Tong, I can inform you that indeed, as the region, we can feel that we are part of the big UNISA. UNISA does not reside at Pretoria, but you find UNISA wherever you go. Just a bit of characterization of UNISA in this region. As a university is not, UNISA is not found only here in Durban. We have offices in Pietermaritzburg, Newcastle, Richards Bay, as well as in the South Coast. We used to have an office there called Wild Coast. Let me come back to the G20. Ladies and gentlemen, I think all of us, we have heard the experts, we have heard people who are professors, doctors, telling us about the G20, how it can benefit us. But I think now, the session that we're going to have a session whereby the people that the experts were talking about, they must have an opportunity as well. They must have an opportunity to tell us what is a G20, what does it mean to them, what is this big thing called G20. Even myself, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that I'm talking in a podium, talking about G20, Mr. Khwete, and everything that we have seen before, it was on television, the president talking to other presidents, the ministers welcoming other ministers, and I was wondering, what is it that this thing is going to do for us as ordinary South African? So to give an answer to that kind of bothering question that it was bothering me, I'm going to invite on stage, I'm going to invite the leaders from different sectors. Leaders from different sectors, the first of them will be Mr. Andy Lendlela, who is the SRC chairperson, UNISA KZN region. Mr. Ndlela, please come on stage, sir. I'm also going to invite the SRC of UKZN. they told me that there is somebody in the room from the SRC of UKZN. If they may come to the podium, please. There is nobody. There is nobody from the SRC. There is nobody from the student leadership. There's a SRC member. Huh? Okay. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite Ms. Wendy Shazi. Ms. Wendy Shazi is a former student leader at UNISA. She's a woman activist as well, and she is the College of Law graduate from UNISA. Ms. Shazi, please come on stage, ma'am. As she is coming on stage, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity and invite on stage somebody who does not have any relationship either with UNISA or with UKZN. I call this person a social activist. I call him a social entrepreneur. I also call him a business person. His name is Simo Nzama. He comes from Claremont. His face is very familiar on many, I'll say, media spaces in Durban or across the country. Simo, please come on stage, sir. Now that we have settled in, and I'm happy that the Executive Director of Corporate Relations at UKZN, Ms. Noma Zondo, my former colleague, welcome, ma'am. I'm happy that she's here as well, because what is lacking now in terms of youth, Sis Noma, there is no student leader from the UKZN, but I was informed that there are other activities that are taking place across the university. Let us move on, ladies and gentlemen. This panel is not a panel discussion. What we wanted to do, we wanted to hear different voices from different sectors so that it doesn't become another academic talk. It doesn't become another academic exercise. It doesn't become another expert point of view. But what we want to do, we want to hear voices from the youth. We want to hear voices from women. We want to hear voices from ordinary social activists like Mr. Nzama is here. So what I'm going to do, my dear panelists, what I'm going to do, I'll give you each 5 minutes. Just give us your opening remarks. Thereafter, we'll go into substantive issues, because the aim of this session, what we are trying to do, we're trying to ensure that the voices that will ultimately go to G20 Social Summit are not the voices of the elite, are not the voices of the people that you normally see on television, but are the voices of genuine South Africans, ordinary people that you meet on the street. Having said that, let me start with Mr. Ndlela. Your 5 minutes, sir. And let me come this side.
No, thank you very much. Greetings, all protocol observed. My name is Andy Ndlela, the chairperson of the SRC in UKZN. No, mine will be a very simple one, and I'll try to be short on this one. I'll speak on behalf of the youth, the student, and all South Africans in particular. First and foremost, I'll go to a global economy and the way it happens. The African economy and South African economy is not growing because of external investors who come in South Africa to invest through their own terms. That's where the problem begins. This issue happens because when America comes or England comes in South Africa, they say, South Africa, we're going to give you a car. Don't build a car yourself. You already have a car, that's going to build it for you. So in that manner, if a young person has got an idea of building a car, they're going to be stopped of doing that. So that is why sometimes most of the things that we have in ideas of doing it, we're not being able to do it because the government, in the way it happens, are being stopped. And another thing is South Africa have got the capacity to build a car on our own. Dinel can be able to build a plane. What can stop us from building a simple thing, a car that's moving on the road? The helicopter or aeroplane moves on the air. So another issue that we have, as young people who are being undermined by our government is not inviting us in the economy. The AU has got this vision of 2063. Obviously, this current government will not be there. It's going to be us who's going to be there. So therefore, it is very, very significant for us, for them to invest on us through practical, not just speaking and say, we want you to participate, but you are not inviting us to the party. Another issue that we have as young people is the access to the land. Whenever we've got the ideas of creating farms, building farms, starting farms, are being told, no, there's an Ngonyama trust land, you can't trust that land. You can't use that land. That things undermines us as young people. Okay. All right. I'm trying to rush from this 5 minutes that have been given by Mr. Sema. So another issue that I'm going to raise, Mr. Sema, is this thing of equality. How does America say to us we're equal with them through the economy? When these people, the president of America wakes up in the morning and says, no, I'm going to increase this thing of tariffs, taxes. How does the thing say we're equal to them? Americans and the European countries are continuing to bully us as South Africans and Africans in general. If you allow them to continue to bully us like this, we're not going to grow our economy. Since 1994, we've been calling ourselves a developing country. When are we going to stop calling ourselves a developing country? We are already developed. It's just a matter of fact that our current government don't have the capacity to lead this nation and develop the economy. Not because we don't have resources. We have the resources. We have got mines. We've got platinums. By the way, those mines and platinums are not owned by the South Africans. Are owned across the world. We are saying as South Africans, we're a country that is proper when it comes to the economy, but we are not even a country that owns a bank. Simple thing. If these people want to collapse, us as South Africans, Capitec can say, I'm going back home to England. What about my mind that is then Capitec? Obviously, I'm going to be in trouble. So as I conclude, Mr. Sem, I'm saying to government, I'd like to say to government, whoever is going to be there in the G20, all those countries there, if these people are not going to invite us to the party, as young people of South Africans, we're going to invite ourselves to the party, we're going to invite ourselves to the table, and in that dinner table, if the joint investors are going to come and kick us out, we're going to start our own economy. Thank you very much.
The young lion has spoken. I was just hoping it doesn't become a rally. And I did say to them, they mustn't say Amandla or something like that. Thank you very much, Ms. Ndlela. Ms. Chazi, the stage is yours, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. My name is Wendy Shazi. I am the deputy chairperson of South African Women's Lawyer Association, and also which is the UNISA Law Student Association. I was ambushed, so I'm just gonna just quickly read through what I've wrote. The recent G20 presidency of Brazil raised awareness of global reform, inequality, and hunger, which is significant to us because we are often excluded from the decision-making process. And today we are united under the umbrella of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. The G20 to us means that it is a chance for us, the youth of this country, to bring in our voices into a constructive global conversation. This means standing on behalf of the women, Abasemakhaya, the young, the youth in the township who are often part of a very huge, sorry, I keep getting distracted because someone keeps trying to call me. I'm sorry. Okay. We are often left behind voiceless because they have no funding, exposure, access, and recognition, but have a significant impact on our economy through organic provision of traditional craftsmanship that attracts tourists while keeping our culture alive. The youth in the township that is still held down by the backward system, we are the engine and the entrepreneurs of the future. So therefore, it is imperative for us to push for equal powers, funding, and overall civil society. These resources are plentiful in South Africa. The world needs resources like platinum, lithium, and rare earths for innovation, for technology and electricity, but who gains from these minerals? You know, we need to ensure that the value chain is accessible to our communities, to women and young women of this country, not only mining, but also they should be part of the manufacturing process, the processing, and the entrepreneurship and innovation. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I pray that the G20 does not only focus more on big corporate, big businesses or big entities, but also trade deals that deals with big parties, but build inclusive economies where opportunities are provided for all. Ngiyabonga.
She's a UNISA graduate. Thank you very much, Ms. Chazi. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to see now, I would like to see more. Simo on the stage, sir.
All right. Greetings, good people. Hope you're good. Right. Let me start by saying thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I promise you so much respect. Yabo. Just before I start using my 5 minutes, may I please ask all of you guys to stand up, please? Can you all stand up, good people? Right. Right. What I would like to see in this room is to see you guys joining hands. Please join your hands, good people. Right. I can clearly see that your hands are joined right now. And I would like you to raise your left hand. Don't worry about the right. Please raise your left. Stand back. Don't go too close. Right. You see what is happening, good people? All right. As you were raising your left hand, what happens is the other hand, like the neighbor's hand, is up now. So now, if you want to approach the so-called G20 with strategy, we need to unite like this. We need to create ideas like this in this room. And when we talk about something collective, this is something collective. In this room, we need ideas as in now, not tomorrow. You may be seated. Right. Thank you so kindly, good people. My name is Usimo Waganzama, well known as See More Possibilities. I see more possibilities in all of you, good people. And today I'm super excited to reconnect with my mentor, Dr. Thea, sitting right there. That woman took me under her wing back in the days, you know. She did not mind that I was not much of an academic and stuff like that, but I, for one, am more of a social entrepreneur. I'm more focused into something called creating solutions. When there are problems, I convert problems into profit. Does it make sense? So you are the students, try your utmost best to identify problems and then convert them into profit. Then I would like to make another humble request, good people. I strongly believe that most of us in this room are coming from urban townships, others are coming from deep rural areas. The group that was giving us some music, like a cappella earlier on, they said something that they moved from the, like what you call the rural areas, and now they are in Durban. They just felt the heat. Now, what we need to do for us to be able to ride the wave of the G20, we need to feel the Durban heat, and then we take the heat back to where we are coming from. So what I'm trying to say is, if you are coming from the urban township, rural areas and so forth, make sure that you go back there and impact positively. Because the biggest challenge that we are currently faced with, Uguti, we get into these institutions, then we become learned, and when we become sophisticated, and then we tend to shy away from the places where we are coming from. That is why we are failing. That is why we are feeling like we are backsliding, because we care less about the places where we are coming from. How I wish that this G20, we can take it into our backyard. It is G20, but in my thinking, we can create something called G-Township, so that we can have this conversation in our backyards, in our own language, in our own vernac, so that, you know, sometimes it's all good to twang, to speak English and stuff like that, but we need to make sure that we connect something called, like somebody spoke about something called AI, which is all good. We need to Africanize AI. We need to make sure that we marry AI with something called indigenous intelligence. We are brilliant, and in this room, I would like to hear you good people saying that, sibamnyama sibahle sihlakaniphile. Ngicela ukunizwa lonke nisho njalo. All right, last but not least, Babseme, please allow me. I'm a thinker, I'm a thinker. So I once had this idea, which, okay, my name is Usimo. Then I said to myself, what does this Simo mean? How can I translate this into commerce? Then I created this. This is Simo right now. So people have been laughing at me with Aibo, this guy, the frame without glasses and stuff like that. And today I'm super excited that the Simo has come to shape. And this frame, I'm going to be giving that doctor to say, thank you very much for bringing me into the university. Let's create ideas. If you have a name, use your name. Take advantage of your name, make money with your name. Thank you.
Simo, 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 Simo. Thank you very much, Mr. Nzama. Ladies and gentlemen, I did warn you at the beginning of this session that now we're shifting gears. Now we want something genuine. Now we're looking for a different voice. Academics and experts have spoken, but you never get a chance to be in a room whereby ordinary South Africans, especially the young South Africans, especially the students, can be able to share the platform, share the stage with the people who can take their ideas to the global stage. And I think this coming together today here, Dr. Tong, thank you very much for making this happen. Dr. Miaza, thank you very much for making this happen. Mr. Khwaeche, thank you very much for making this happen. This coming together here, I hope, and now I want my panelists to give us ideas. How can what Simo has presented, what Mr. Ndlela has presented, how can it be taken to the global stage? And how can the global stage influence in a meaningful way and give benefits to the youth in the township, give benefit to the youth in the rural areas, give benefit to many young people who are recent graduates, but unfortunately they are unemployed. There are medical students recently graduated, but they are unemployed. Some of them, they will don on their gowns and march to the Department of Health, demanding to be employed. So what do we want to hear from you, panelists? How can the discussions here influence global decisions, and those global decisions influence the day-to-day kind of lives that you are faced with? Let's try and make this work. Yeah. Then you can also press that side when it's your turn to speak. Starting with you, Mr. Ndlela.
No, thank you very much once again for giving us an opportunity to speak again. Promise you will be short. No, I think what needs to be done, Babu, Mr. Sem, is that what the current leadership or the government is failing to do is failing to go to the people and meet them and say to them what needs to be done, ask questions to them. So therefore, I think maybe as much as we're here, but I think the traditional leaders there by the rural areas and the prima of this province or the rest of this province, what can they do? What can they do? Is to make submissions to the community, or maybe to go there and ask for the ideas and proper guidance from them, because we cannot be saying we are the rulers or the ruling of this province or the government of this province, but we're failing to listen to our people. So what needs to be done is that we have to listen to them. After listening to them, we must also go back with the feedback of this G20 summit that's going to happen, which is next month, and say these were the resolutions, and this is a time frame of this election that is going to happen. So if they're promising that by the end of 2027, there'll be some development in terms of funding, getting funding on their businesses or their entrepreneurs, whatever, then those things must be implemented, must not just be promised, but it must be done. We're tired of being promised. Things must be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, the lady has just given me an opportunity to start. Just before I share my thoughts around how do we become more practical, I'll start by saying, when I say this, please say this after me. To be is to do, and to do is to do it now. Right, it lies around that. But faith, what we need to know, or what we need to believe, we were created by the men above. Let's create. Do you understand? We cannot be spectators forever and ever. I know somewhere along the way you will have beautiful ideas. You will come across people that will burst the bubble of your dreams. But every day it's all about creating. Even when you come together, when you have that, like those beautiful conversations, calculate, like your conversations with Anna. Is there anything that is some sort of like a value add? Sometimes we waste so much time. We speak, we talk, and sometimes we include people's names and so forth. We need to create. This is your time, good people. Take over. That's all what I can say. The G20, own it. Try your utmost best with just before the end of this session. Get the numbers. Ask for the numbers. Like, this is what I do, good people. I'm just an ordinary guy, but every day I always make sure that I don't go back home without having 5 numbers of people I haven't met before. So I'm going to be having your number, just before I go home, because I want to see the G20 in the township. I want to see people that are like the delegates into the G20. I want to see them wearing these glasses. You need to have something called, in our backyard, we call it 3. Do you understand? Thank you.
Greetings once again. I think, Uti, this should be considered as the phase where we talk about things and we do the surveys and everything. But what happens after that is we act, like how you guys, both the panelists have mentioned that we should act, and that's how a lot of things, a lot of issues I feel are resolved, especially in this country. We have to take actions. That's how we came to a point of democracy to begin with. We had to partake in things. We had to be present. We had to act. So we can talk and talk and talk, but until we act, there's unfortunately not going to be enough change. And once those statistics are taken down and drafted, it has to be continuous. We have to have the same energy, and also we have to do a review with the board, the G20 itself. How many people are there? The number of the seniors, the youth, and like I said earlier on, that we as the youth are the engine, or rather the future entrepreneurs. We have to be present in not only decision-making process, but also being active. So what we need to do is act instead of just discussing and just letting it go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Before we close, I learned from Dr. Bamji when she was moderating here that do not leave the stage without asking your panelists to give you three things, three nuggets, the three takeaways, the things that when we leave this hall, we can say from Mr. Ndlela, these are the three ideas that he gave us. From Ms. Shazi, these are the three ideas she gave us. From Mr. Nzama, these are the three ideas that he gave us. However, how do we package it? I would like to ask my panelists to give us just one idea that you feel should be taken to the G20 that can produce tangible benefits for the youth. Just one for each.
Thank you very much, Professor Sam. Kunento, I'm not sure how many minutes I have, but there's this thing that says, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. In terms of trading and economic development, there's no such. Your enemy is your enemy, is not my enemy. I'm his friend on the other side. So I'm trying to say that the wars that they are trying to do, those people, they must not involve us. We're a country that is developing. So if I'm trying to submit my business idea to America, they must not say to me, hey, when I'm a friend of Russia, so therefore we don't want those things. People must not be selfish, you know. So all in all is that as the Africans, let us focus on what needs to be done for the Africans and South Africans. Let's leave Isnos Abantu. Let's stay away from them. Other than that, we're going to leave ourselves being hungry because the pendulum born. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Seme. My part will to say, Uguti, you have to be active. You have to go and get into the dirt of things. And by that, I mean you have to go and do your primary database, meaning you have to be involved with the people. You have to know what you're dealing with before you even process any other thing, because something you see on paper is very different than something you get to experience. So go into the township, listen to the story, look at the economy, make references, do database, strategize on how you're going to maneuver from there onwards. But in order for this to be successful, you have to know what you're doing. You have to actually do the primary source of things. You have to be present in all aspects. Thank you.
All right, mine is simple. It revolves around starting, right? You need to start now working on your ideas. You don't have to wait forever. I know some of you are saying, hey, I need to graduate first before I can start creating a product or something of that nature. Start now. By the time you graduate, it's going to be like a cherry on top. There's no time to waste, good people. You are enough and more. This is the time. And I would like to encourage you, good people, like I said earlier on, that go back into your neighborhoods, be bold. The biggest challenge that we are currently faced with, we usually get dictated by the so-called Makins, as if you are not there. You are the students, you are learned, so impact positively, you go forth and multiply. Let's create products that we can always deliver to the US when the G20 moves into another country. Let's penetrate deep, let's take over, good people. I love you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of our panel discussion session. Thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause as they descend from stage. The next item, which is the Q&A for everybody, because I can see that there are a lot of other people who are itching to contribute, who are itching to also ask questions, so that the session becomes a participatory kind of engagement. It's not a one-way traffic kind of engagement. So let me take this opportunity on behalf of Dr. Tong and open the floor for questions and answers. When you ask a question, please identify yourself, indicate which institution or which organization you come from, give us your name, because these sessions are recorded, and then give us a question, one question. If you want to make a comment, make it very short comment, but your question should be a very clear question so that it can be allocated to the panelists, so that the panelists, they can also be able to answer those questions. By show of hands, let me start from this side. Any questions from this side? I'm noting 2 hands. I'm noting, okay. I'm noting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very concise, very short questions, and if you are able to indicate to whom it's directed to, please do so. Then the next round will come to this side. Starting with you, young lady.
Good day, everyone. My name is Asanda Mkize. I'm currently doing my honors in economics. My question is to everyone in the panel, I guess. There is a broad, assumption that we know at a micro level or at an individual level what we're supposed to do to contribute to all the goals that we have. But they're so broad, we can't just say we need to process things in the South Africa and whatnot and process goods instead. I think we need more narrowed down action plans. For me, like when I walk out this room right now, what can I do as a person who does not have maybe big business ideas like Mr. Zama put out, who's just an ordinary South African? What can a South African do to help us achieve our goals, help the economy as well? Even in the most simplest way of saying, buy locally produced things. How is this message being communicated to individual people? And how is the institution as well, making sure that students know about this and they know how they can engage and how they can help the economy? So thank you.
Siyabonga. A second question, please.
Afternoon, my name is Nomfundisi Mapengu. I'm doing my master's in pharmaceutics. I'm here for Inectus UKZN. So my question is, the G20, you highlighted that it was formed in 1997 due to financial constraints. And also the team highlights financial inclusion. However, we have about 75% failure rate among SMEs due to poor financial management. So I want to know, what is the government doing to ensure that we're managing to providing financial support to small SMEs? We have businesses that we're running, but we don't have any capital to move forward. Hence, we have such a high percentage of failure among our businesses.
Thank you, Sawanga Kulusis. The next question, please.
Greetings. My name is Luyanda Mkunu. I'm a fourth-year medical student here at UKZN. So my question is dedicated to the first panel discussion, especially just Dr. Kumete. So it was regarding the climate justice and responsibility. So my question is, how can South Africa, through its G20 presidents, ensure that the global climate policies don't punish the developing nations that contributes to less emissions, but instead of the major polluters accountable while supporting the grassroots adaptation? Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Let's move along that road.
Thank you. My name is Libad. This way, I don't know if I'm still studying or it's me who's being studied, but I'm a geographer. Mine is not a question, just a contribution. Just one point. There's this narrative of, the G20 countries, in this case South Africa and other countries, always wanting to, I think my brother mentioned a little bit, always focusing on the West. When are we going to start also using the African Continental Free Trade that we recently started to trade within our own continent? Because one example was when the tariffs were set by Trump administration back then, each and every country in Africa was rushing, trying to make a deal with him, But we're not making deals within our own continent. When are we going to start? I know it's not a question that needs response, but posing to the podium. When are we going to start to do that? Because we talk. Every day you come across a line saying, Africa is the next this, Africa is next this, Namibia is next this, but there's no action. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Is there another question that side? Yes, I did see your hand, ma'am. And the last one, my brother, will be you. Yes.
Greetings. My name is Nomga Butelezi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a third-year medical student, and today I'm representing Enactus UKZN. My question is with regard on the influence of the global financial institutions. And my question is, how do we then empower Africa to be less dependent on these global financial institutions? Because the reality is that they do not advocate for us. All that they do is to advocate for themselves and their own interests. So what are the measures that we can put into place that will then advocate for Africa itself to be financially independent from these institutions? Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. The last one, my brother.
Greetings. I am Ulindo Wuhlekasa. I am a third-year law student at the University of South Africa. I'm also the current chairperson of the UNISA Law Students Association. So I'll just be very brief in my question. So G20 has a lot of initiatives, right, that they take to educate people on financial literacy. Now, my question is to the entire panel and the students is that it's very easy to impart knowledge. Sorry, not easy, but it's one thing to impart knowledge on people and students, but how they receive this knowledge and how they utilize it is very different. So my question is, how does G20 ensure that the knowledge that we receive is used efficiently in the long run to ensure financial resilience in future?
Siyabonga. Thank you very much for those 6 questions. To the panelists, the experts, I was listening attentively to those questions. I think 3 or 4 of them, they are about economic inclusivity as well as transformation, if you listen to those questions. And the other group of 3 of those questions, they are about how the ideas that are homegrown can be taken to the global stage. And the other question that was embedded there in a form of a comment was about how come that African countries do not enter into agreements or trade with other African countries. May I allow the experts, the panel members to decide who takes which question, who answers which questions, and we move on.
Thanks, Mr. Sime. I think, you know, I normally teach classes and you ask, do you have any questions? No one usually has questions. So I'm quite impressed by the people and the students that are here with the questions. I think I'll start on the question about how to empower Africans to discuss, to sort of manage the influence of IFIs. At a broader policy level, you need what we call regional, country, or continental sovereignty. Part of the reason why we still continue to go to the international financial institutions is because we don't have food sovereignty, energy sovereignty, and manufacturing sovereignty. And that exposes us, therefore, because it means we don't have export earnings, so we don't have income that we can utilize to fund our social services. So at a policy level, we need to resolve that. Another thing that you probably would need to do, or what we try to do in terms of how the countries deal with IFIs, is that representation of African countries in the IFIs is also important, because that way, like we're talking about the Borrowers Forum, that allows the countries to be able to submit their own developmental agendas, and that would also include how you look at development. For instance, if the South African government goes to take a loan from the IMF or the World Bank, you have conditionalities, and in those conditionalities, South Africans cannot say that, no, in our national plan, we want to reduce poverty to this level, want to reduce inequality to this level, or want to take so many women and girls to school. So South Africa needs to be able to do that. And one of the things we're currently then proposing at a policy level is to say that there must be a parliamentary oversight when Treasury goes to take a loan from international financial institutions. That will allow public to participate and understand the terms of the loans and the conditions of the loans. And if Parliament or public participation does not approve of our government in the form of Treasury going to acquire a loan from an international financial institutions, you are able to block that process because it actually does, like you're saying, negatively influences your policy formulation in the country. And I think the one other question I would like to take is on the African Free Trade Continental Agreement. There is a lot of work that is happening there. However, there's a bit of mismatch in terms of the infrastructure investment. And this, of course, is also combined with the shrinking investment globally in any event. But one of the things that you really need to do and the African countries need to do is the financial integration, because you are not going to be able to accelerate the FCTA unless you've got integration. And in that way, you are able to pull in the different regions the investment projects to connect. I think Mr. Kwete was speaking about that things are not so gloom. There's a lot of integration that is happening, but you are probably going to see the impact or the outcome in the next 10, 15 years as integration is happening. But of course, I mean, participation of all people is always important, but a lot of work is happening in that front. Yeah.
Next response, please.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll take from the infrastructure that you're mentioning as well, for the panelists here. Yeah, thanks. Really, there are questions that really are more in economics way. I want to start up and to say, what do we do? What do we do as ordinary South African? I think that's the first question that came through. I mean, it's a decision to make with your own R1 that you have at this moment. Where do you buy? Where do you spend that R1? Where you are intentionally spending that R1 to? Right? You go to where do you buy your vegetables? Do you buy them in the woman in the street, or that you're circulating it here? Or you intentionally want to buy your vegetable at 5 times the price that you could get them fresh from your neighbor? I mean, you have a lot of agricultural cooperatives. They fail to gain the market. And think about it. Where's that market? It us spending our money not there, intentionally not doing it. Something that we could do intentionally, and of course trying to wait and see what others could do. I mean, this could have a lot of SMMEs as well, could be helped there as well. I tell you, in a way, that government really need to improve infrastructure as well, so that innovative ideas will come through, and then we champion them. It literally harder to get funding for business, especially if you are innovative. One is that I've never seen what you're presenting to me ever before. I don't even know its success rate, because it's a new idea, brilliant idea, innovative idea. I've never seen it before. I don't know if it will work or not. I'm not going to gamble with my money on something I don't know. But who knows it best? It's you, right? So you don't give up with ideas, but as long as there's infrastructure for you to use it, go ahead and do so. Yes, the climate change situations here, there's different views. People think it's punishing our development. But I think with innovation that really has come up already through the years, we can do better as we move forward. We should not be stuck into saying that the developed country have polluted themselves through, and then so that they must allow us to pollute as well. I mean, it literally doesn't help anyone to do so. But there's been already enough research here to try and do things differently in a sustainable way, in a way that it really takes cognizance of the environment as well. There's much more research that has been come up on a better way of doing things, and we need to adopt that here and try and change. There's much more things of economic injustice that have happened over the years, and I think a reform of such economic injustice, little by little, together with then, of course, we could achieve more. It's not really a situation of government, what government alone can do, what this institution can do alone, but what collectively all of us can do is start by exactly as simple as saying, intentionally, how do I split my R1? Where do I spend it? And because that's where the power is at. If I decide now that I'm not going to buy something in other countries where it's available, where whoever has it and is selling it, and starts my mindset shift to say, let me try and appreciate what my fellow colleague can produce, rather than wanting to appreciate what others can produce and then complain to say, no, what we buy online, we buy something in small size, in different sizes, we get something that you do not intend to get. So whoever had it was selling it yesterday in front of me. I don't trust it, I want to buy it somewhere else. And I complain as well with something that a solution is here in front of me. I'm not creating the space. It's intentionally deciding on where I spend my R1. Everyone else can do it. And then, of course,
Let's close it there. I hope Temu and Amazon, they are not listening. Dr. Bamji?
I know I wasn't a panelist, but I do want to pick up on what both of you have said, because first of all, Sanil, you picked on me. Thank you. No, but it is about that intention. It is about that intentional spending. And what you guys both said about, you choose where to put your money. You choose to put your money. Do you, and we'll go back to Seymour. Seymour, I don't see you anymore. There you are. Seymour, let's look at your sunglasses. If I intentionally choose to buy a pair of Seymours as opposed to a pair of Ray-Bans or Gucci or Versace, he grows. Somebody grows. If I choose to buy my vegetables, my spinach from the person across the road from me who's growing it in their garden, instead of a store that has a logo on their bag, if I decide to spend my money or a pair of jeans that are called Bamjis, as opposed to one of the other ones, right? I'm building at home, but it's got to come from us and it's got to come from you. Do you want to be flashy with that brand bag, or do you want to build another brand, a local brand? And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving right along, Prof.
Thank you. Especially to the question from the lady behind me, can I just have a hand to ask about where do we start? I want to address your question by an example of a situation that unfolded 10 years ago this year. Something that we did in the belief that we want to shift hope and activate potential entrepreneurship. In the process, we wondered, what difference will it make? Will we impact the economy? Will we impact lives? But we kept on going to try and reach toward the vision of a future self. And that's how I started the section of our panel. And then one day, unexpectedly, you walk into a room and there's a voice from the past echoing to say, there was a difference. There was impact. I want to ask you, please, ma'am, come and take these glasses and go and swap it for a pink pair of glasses so that you can look into the future of what your possibilities can be for the next 10 years.
Wow. That's powerful.
Take this and please go and swap.
A photo?
Please just, while we add it.
This is indeed visionary.
They said they wanted a pink.
Because, no, this is how we transfer. This analogy is, the lady with the pink glasses is seeing the future 10. Sir, you already lived your 10 years. You deserve that glasses back onto your face.
Let's move on. Mr. Kwade? Thanks, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof, for that gesture to the student. Thank you very much, Prof. Mr. Kwade?
Thank you. I believe that out of all the questions, was one that I could potentially attempt to answer from Kwebo. Where are you, Mtelezi? It was about how Africa can ensure that it's financially independent. I want to problematize the question by saying independence does not mean that we should be insulated from the rest of the world. It means we are standing on our own while still connected to the outside world. But there are attempts that are being made to ensure that we are independent. There are African financial institutions that exist, which the African countries are contributing to ensure that they have capacity to lend to other African countries using our own currencies. That is a start. We are also part of formulating other institutions. For example, the New Development Bank, which is a bank formed by the BRICS countries. South Africa was one of the countries pushing for the formation of the BRICS New Development Bank, because we believe that there should be more democratization of the global money lending system. So the New Development Bank of the BRICS is supposed to ensure that BRICS countries trade through their own currencies instead of relying on other currencies. But coming closer to home, in Southern Africa, I believe that we are more financially integrated than other regions, and there are attempts to ensure that there's a greater integration in other regions as well. For example, through the Southern African Customs Union, which is the oldest customs union in the world, South Africa and its neighbors are able to share dividends from the money that we make through international trade, which most of which happens through South Africa because we have access to the sea as opposed to some of our neighbors who are landlocked. So South Africa is already integrated through the SACU system with our neighbors. We are also in a common monetary area with some of our neighbors, so their currencies are pegged to the rand. For example, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Namibia, their currencies are pegged to the rand. 1 rand is equals to 1 maluti in Lesotho, and the same with Eswatini and in Namibia. So you can actually tender the South African rand in those countries, and you are able to do trade. Whereas when I move further north into the continent, going to Angola, to other countries, I actually have to carry US dollars and then exchange it when I get there in order to get the local currency, which I can use to trade. So the use of our own currencies through the region to do trade is going to help us to ensure that we are independent, because we don't have to use a third country currency to do trade. So there are moves. It's not sufficient, but there is already some kind of movement towards independence through the use of our own currencies, through integrating our customs systems. Because one of the things that impede intra-African trade is not having our customs authorities working in sync. So you have to now rely on external actors to facilitate your own trade. So there is movement. It's not moving at a very fast rate to resolve some of the problems that we're facing now, but I believe that the steps that we're taking will be sustainable in the long run to ensure that Africa stands on its own feet. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Prof. Nasi, last bite.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's looking at their watches because it's lunchtime. So I'll try to be as quick as possible. Look, it's not going to help if we try and divorce ourselves from the rest of the world. What we need to do, and I'm glad that my colleague has articulated what he has about the different initiatives which have been adopted in this regard. We want development on our own terms, so it's beneficial to us. So there was the how question. And this comes down to localities and the way we teach, the way we research, and the way we theorize our local conditions. So for example, here in Africa, South Africa, we've got mega cities. In the next couple of years, Africa is going to house many mega cities, and those are cities with populations with over 10 million people. So we need to recognize the concept of informality. Rather than criminalizing that component, we should recognize informality as a legitimate part of the city. And once we do that, then access to funding, access to support programs, all become legitimate. Let's have a change in the visioning part of it, right? In terms of the cities. We also need to implement the polluter pays principle. So those who are responsible for polluting need to pay. And there need to be strict enforcement in that regard. In terms of intra-African trade, I'm glad my colleague has indicated there's moves in that regard in terms of the development of infrastructure. Of course, there's issues of governance which we need to address, but we also need to address the issue of energy security. If we don't have energy to power these infrastructural developments and so on, then we on a very sticky wicket. The last point, in terms of financing, there needs to be more financing for adaptation rather than for mitigation. And of course, we need financing for both. Adaptation because we are experiencing here in Africa, South Africa as well, we are experiencing climate change firsthand. We don't have those resources to continue fixing up infrastructure after an extreme event. So implementation of the polluter pays principle, external funding to address adaptation. Thanks.
So, thank you very much, Prof. We all heard. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof has already alluded to the fact that we are around lunchtime. What I'm going to do, we had questions from this side of the hall. Now, let me allow this side of the hall for their very concise and very short questions. Then thereafter, I will hand over back to Dr. Tong. There was a hand that came before yours, sir. So we'll start here. Then you will be next. You will be next. So it's 1, 2, 3. Then yours is the last one. Request is very short, concise, straight to the point questions. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Yeah.
We'll start here.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to extremely be very brief. The question is that has been, we always avoid and pepper through it. I don't want to be a sociologist. There's this question, are we free or are we independent? And it's some food for thought. As we begin to answer some of the questions too, our problems are historical. And you can't, if you don't deal with the historical problems, challenges, you will not be able to address the future, the current and the future. Those are the issues that we need to be dealing with them. So, the economic system that we have adopted since 1994 is what begins to be a problem that we're encountering today. And therefore, you can't expect two people to run the same race when someone who has shoes and one who does not have shoes. And you expect that they must go to the finish line and win. That is not going to be possible. So the socio-economic conditions of South Africa begins to say that if they are not resolved, we'll continue to have these questions again and again and again. Despite other problems, challenges that, of course, government has some of the problems that needs to be addressed from the government point of view. The last shot is the path to the democratic breakthrough. It has been a collective effort. However, immediately after the democratic breakthrough, what happened? We've taken all our aspirations and wishes and so forth to government. We then said government must begin to be a provider. What did we do? We withdrew and begin to be recipients. So I'm impressed by the gentleman, C.E. Simon. You see, there's an element of innovation. He has, despite all difficulties, but he has gone through a process. I know, we must blame government. I'm part of that government. We must blame government to say that it has not invested much more in CMOs to create a market for CMO to prosper. I've been in 2 countries. I've been into India, spent my 4 years there. And I've seen how the government has carried along its own people to the path of growth. I have seen how Brazil, under President Lula, the first time, how did he create what is called family farming? That begins to be Brazil is almost number 1, number 2, depending on which agricultural project you talk about in the world, that they produce to feed the world. So what is the problem here?
A very powerful abstract you've given us. Let's move along. I suppose that was not a question, a comment, a package of, yeah, very powerful. Let's move along. That will be the real first question now. First question, sir.
I'd like to greet everyone. My name is Alwande Dlamini. I'm doing my honors in accounting. So I wanted to ask, how do we speak of sustainability when the very global economic system we operate under is capitalistic in nature and depends on the finite extraction of resources and the perpetual growth? Isn't this fundamentally unsustainable? Because all it creates is just capitalistic markets that are run by monopolistic people in nature. So the youth has no fighting chance to even make it into the economic mainstream that we are all speaking about today, because that is important. There needs to be a transition, not only of power, but also of the economic landscape of this country. How now do we then take those active steps? Because for me, for example, we were told, go to school, after school, you graduate, you get a job. Okay, fine. But then 60% of the youth are unemployed. Okay, so I go on to start a business. Then what? Then the problems I face is that everything I was taught in schools does not apply in the mainstream economic system. It's because I don't know if there's something wrong in the schools.
Let's close it there on isms, because the question is about capitalism, isms. We shouldn't be held back by the isms. So we have that gist. Thank you very much. And I do apologize. Yes. The next question, please.
Greetings. My name is Samgelo Talentanene from UKZN, Howard College. I'm doing my honors degree in community development under the Schools of Built-in Environment and Development Studies. I think my question is posed to Dr. Kumete. Yes, regarding infrastructure development. So my question is, how can we improve PRASA and the railway system so that we can maximize profits? Because currently we have this issue of trucks on the roads, which leads to so many so many problems, such as foreigners, heavy traffic, and then loss of profits due to accidents, loss of life, and such
Let
things.
us close it there on how can we improve PRASA.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
thank you.
think it would be better as a question. The other things, we might run into trouble. Thank you. The next question was somewhere there. Yes, please, my brother.
Greetings, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Siso Kafu. I'm a third-year student in economics and industrial psychology. I don't know whether it is a question or a comment, but the first part of the question is, though it is a sad reality, but debt is crucial in order to fund and sustain economic growth. And my question is posed towards the two economists that we have in our panel. The first part is debt suspension too ambitious? The second part is, does the widespread acquisition of venture debt stimulate collective growth within the Republic? And does that stimulation of collective growth potentially lead to chronic dependency? That's the first aspect of the question. The second aspect of the question is, the panelists spoke about the issue of exports. While we know that exports are crucial drivers in economic growth, the increased rates of exports could potentially lead to the appreciation of the rand. The appreciation of the rand could deter foreign consumers and attract foreign
You are spoiling your question now.
Yes,
You've
so-
got two questions. You talked about debt. Is it crucial that it's suspended? Then you spoke about exports. Let's hold it there so that it's clean and it can be answered. Let's do that.
No
You
problem.
agree? I
no
do
problem.
apologize.
No
Yes.
problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The last question will come from Mr. Ngubane from UNISA, this side. Mr. Ngubane.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Seme, and good afternoon or good day, colleagues. My question is actually a twofold type of a question. Mr. Kwede is directed to you, sir. You earlier mentioned about the opportunity of South Africa being the only African country present in the G20 and the aspects of pushing an African agenda. May I ask, in terms of pushing the African agenda, is global security and safety one of the key priorities, looking at the ongoing African wars that are also reflected in the Middle East? Don't you think that this is also affecting the possibility of the intra-African trade, the sustainability, the infrastructure, because these African wars are affecting the infrastructure that we are actually depending on for the success of the intra-African trade. And then secondly, this is coming from the recent action of Mr. Trump. We know that there was that cut-off of USAID funding and also the tariffs that have been imposed, particularly looking at African countries, the developing countries. One of the African agenda items is this going to be considered to be a point of discussion. I heard that possibility of Marco Rubio, as well as the Deputy President of USA, they are aiming and coming. Will that be maybe touched in a discussion of within the G20? Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Mr. Ngubane. Panelists, there were specific questions. Question number 3 was directed to Dr. Kumete about PRASA. The last question is specifically to Mr. Huete, and there are other questions about sustainability, capitalism, and isms. I'll let the panel briefly, concisely give responses to those questions. Over to you, panelists.
Thank you. I'll just quickly deal with the political economy question, which was on sustainability. I think completely agreed with you, but what I wanted to just say in this point is that, so what you need to understand is that in global politics or in diplomacy, the states are the actors. The responsibility, therefore, for us is that we need to elect a government that will advance a certain agenda. So we have an opportunity through electoral systems that we elect a government that will act internationally, because you cannot necessarily change the political economy system internationally unless you have a government that will be able to be a good actor diplomatically to change that. So I completely agree with you, but that's how the process would go in terms of changing the global financial or the global political economy. On the debt, debt suspension would be an ambitious thing, and that's why it's quite difficult, even under the common framework. But it is important, like we said, that the debt issue is also a developmental issue. So we either renegade on development and favor creditor interest. But there are some other things that can also be done without necessarily talking about the debt suspension. We could talk about debt haircuts, you can talk about lowering interest rates or e-payments. You can peg them to other instruments of financing, etc., etc. You know, it's not only a matter of debt suspension, because suspension indeed would be an ambitious thing. The other question about venture capital, I think we can talk about it maybe some other time, and how it contributes to growth, and I think it contributes to inequality as well. But in the interest of time, I think I can leave it there.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll just be quick as well as to the point. All right, infrastructure question, I'll take that one. Working on how we could improve our railway system, including PRASA and our rail, Transnet Rail. One, of course, big things is a lot more to need here. One is the opening more of the private partnerships. Really could help in bringing some expertise and experience in it. And then, of course, because the other systems globally, they do work very well. And we can learn as well from others. Collaborations here could really help in improving our rail system, because our logistic chain moves there. I also want to touch on the issue of exports and appreciation of the rand. Of course, improving exports really has a lot of other benefits, such as employment locally and also economic growth, if you look at it. But of course, we may need to have much more discussions here on the benefits of rand appreciation versus depreciation. To say, really, it needs much more discussion and look at the pros and cons of each, because there are pros and cons of each. But the simplest form here is to say a depreciation of a rand means all our resources we could buy them with a cent, whereas you need millions of dollars and rands to buy something which is foreign. And then, of course, it doesn't put us on an equal scale if you look at competitiveness in a global market. I think I'll just leave it there, but there's much more discussion that we could engage in and speak about this too. I'm mindful of time. I could go on, but I think I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Doc. Dr. Pamji, do you want to have a bite as well on these questions?
No, I'm too hungry to bite. These were a bit outside of my scope of understanding, but I do appreciate the questions. I'll have to think on them a bit. Thank you.
Thanks. Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much. I note that the three questions coming from this side was all three from undergrad students and one student in honours years. So let me try to address it in the following way. I don't know the solutions to the questions, and I don't think as a panel we can agree on any of the solutions right now, but I do know who's going to find the answers and who's going to solve it. And that would be each of you that asked the question, and let me explain to you how you're going to do it. First, you're going to pass your undergrad. That's no negotiation. Don't go and solve the world problems without this qualification. Second, in your honours degree, you're going to take that problem statement that you just said, and you are going to investigate that. You are going to gather as much information as you can. With that information document, you are going to approach my colleagues on this side and ask for a bursary for your master's degree. Then you are going to use action research for your master's degree, because who wants to do a survey? You need to do something actionable. In your master's degree, through action research, you are going to investigate the problems and implement it. Then you're going to ask for another bursary. And in your PhD study, you are going to implement the solutions. Thereafter, you will be a world-class leader and be able to take your research problems and solutions to the global innovative market. Go for it.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Kwate?
Thank you very much. I believe that the question to me related to the ongoing conflicts in the world and how they impact on our efforts to improve intra-African trade. Now, I just want to start with a practical example. What happened last year, late last year and early this year, when there was conflict in Mozambique relating to the outcome of the election and the contest in relation to the outcome of that election. That conflict affected our trade with Mozambique and our trade through Mozambique in a practical manner, where some of the exports that we do through Mozambique could not now be processed because we had not managed the security situation there, which meant that most of our mining materials or products which are exported through the port in Mozambique had to be redirected to Durban. Some of them had to wait on the border for days because we had conflict in Mozambique. So it affects us directly and in a practical way. That's why South Africa was very much invested in ensuring that there is stability in Mozambique, which is our neighbor. Stability is not only for trade purposes, but also to manage the influx of Mozambican nationals into South Africa, because they are driven by the economic situation in that country. And so any instability in any of our neighboring countries eventually will drive the citizens of that country in numbers into South Africa. So South Africa is very much directly involved in ensuring that there is stability in our region, to ensure that we do trade, but also that the economic situation and the lives of the people in our neighboring countries is stabilized, so that they are able to make a living within the confines of their own borders without being pushed into migration in other parts of the world, including into South Africa. So conflict does affect us directly, unfortunately, but South Africa is very much involved directly through the Southern African Development Community in terms of ensuring that we arrest any instability as soon as it erupts. And that is why our president traveled to Mozambique during that crisis, and our president was also there at the inauguration of the new president to ensure that we provide support to the government of Mozambique so that it stabilizes and is able to manage the affairs in that part of the world. Now, the other question was about the U.S. relations, South Africa-U.S. relations, how we ensure that we remain independent regardless of the decisions that have been taken to discontinue USAID, which was providing support mainly in the healthcare sector to many African countries, including to South Africa. You'd know that in South Africa, the USAID was providing support to several institutions which are independent of the government, and some of our citizens were able to access healthcare through those institutions which are run independently of the Department of Health. But since the cuts, the government has redirected or reprioritized and has put more resources into public healthcare facilities, so that the people who are receiving those services could now receive them through our public healthcare facilities, the clinics and our hospitals. So as South Africa, we have been able to ensure that we remain largely unaffected by the USAID discontinuation, but we know that it's having negative consequences in other African countries and other developing countries. And
this has forced many of our counterpart countries to also engage in an exercise of reprioritization of their budgets to ensure that they make up for the money that has been cut off in terms of aid. But it also is an indication that South African countries must take greater care of some of the basic services, independent of what our financial partners and our donor countries are able to contribute. It must be a form of support as opposed to starting from the very basic level where education facilities, healthcare facilities are entirely dependent on foreign aid. It has forced us into a rethink as the African continent, and I believe that it's teaching us lessons that would ensure that we are more self-reliant going into the future.
Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu, and I think quite. Prof. Nasi, do you still want to have the last bite on the chair?
Yeah, I'll take a
Perfect.
shot. So, just a couple of quick points here. Thanks, Mr. Quit, for giving substance to bringing government to the people. And I'm also impressed by the questions from our undergrad students. Don't give up on the big ideas and asking those big questions. Not everything is local and not everything is personal. So I applaud you for those big ideas and the big questions. Now, with the idea or the question around trade, I think what we are arguing for, or perhaps what I'm arguing for, is more fair trade rather than free trade. Because free trade is not free. There's someone who pays for it, and it's usually us, right? So it's not free trade. It's a misnomer, actually. So anyway, you can think about that for what it is. Secondly, we need to tread very carefully when it comes to this new round of development which is taking place. We are now in a post-Washington consensus era. And what we are seeing is a financialization of the development process. So we need to tread very carefully in that regard, especially when it comes to the provision of infrastructure, who's financing it and on whose terms, and also the just energy transition. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Tong, I'm not too sure if you want me to drive this train to the end or you want to come back. Okay, please come on for them. Siyabonga kakhulu, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our Q&A session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is an announcement which is related to lunch catering arrangements. There is a request that as we go out of this hall, there are tickets that were given to all the students or to all the delegates. Please hand over those tickets back to the ushers as you move out of the hall when we move out. Over to Dr. Tong. Not yet, don't move now.
Thank you so much. Let's really give a wonderful round of applause to Mr. Seme for doing so absolutely well, not only doing what he was initially assigned to do, but also very happily taking over the next session as well. And I think he did very well on both counts. So another round of applause. You see, like he said, UNISA is not just in Pretoria. You have seen today that UNISA Kwazulu-Natal also, the regional office is also very actively involved and can do the things upon request. Ladies and gentlemen, I move now to the next point on our agenda, and it gives me great pleasure to call to the podium Mr. Surprise Malehase to deliver the vote of thanks. After that, I don't have to come back. Once he has done so, we shall proceed to the next item, which is lunch as discussed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. T. Where is that choir? Their song, it was more personal to me than to them. Enkumbuza omunye umuntu. Siyabonga, sibonga kakhulu. No, thank you very much, Dr. T, and for such a wonderful discussion. And I must say that to stand here before you, having listened to such a quality discussion, and of course I know that I'm standing before you and the most important item on the agenda. But I want to borrow from is it Mr. Dlamini? And we are very much challenged, Mr. Hwete, that it seems there is a very serious discussion that we need to start to initiate around our fiscal policy. The discussion, especially questions that comes around young people, which you need to be very much proud of, Sisno. That it seems that the central call is on our fiscal framework. And Mr. Mkhale was telling me that beyond G20, we must have this discussion. And of course, possibly we may have to invite the minister around this discussion. But of course, to give you more time and space. And I think that we have to reconfigure our format as well, so that we give you more time. Because I was so impressed that we have a great source as DERCO, as diplomat. If young people at this level, they are able to engage in a way that the macroeconomic coordination of the country is being challenged to that level. So impressed about that. And thank you very much to the panel and to Nelson for giving us a context in terms of our state of readiness. And of course, we are going to pass over to the United States of America, but beyond this, the department will continue with the coordination of this outreach. Thanks to such a wonderful partnership with both the UNISA and the University of KwaZulu-Natal. One thing that you must refuse to do yourself is that based on circumstances, whether it's a lack of capacity from state, that you undermine education. Ayikho lento yokuthi education is not important. It's not true. It is not true. You should not be discouraged that when you complete your studies, there are no jobs. And therefore, you would want to drop your studies. You should never be discouraged about that. And I like the fact that you do appreciate and understand that the profile of our population and that of our continent is getting younger, then it means that the future belongs to you. So we owe you to yourself and to ourselves as government to create more platforms like this. But that goes beyond just to have a conversation. And would want to make this commitment that would want to come back here after your exam. And I believe that some of you, you would have perhaps left this platform or this community, but we'll definitely come back beyond G20 and talk about the outcomes and how do we move forward as a country. I want to really thank you once again, because this indeed belongs to you, my brother. You are a great inspiration. Give him a big round of applause as well. He's a great inspiration. He is. You are doing what is being expected from an African child. That is how we need to be proud of ourselves. And of course, this is where government should come in, to give you support. The government, the Department of Small Business And that is what government have done, that let's take out small business portfolio within DTI, which is overshadowed by international trade. And so that we've got a direct mandate. So small business, and I know that Minister Stella Ndabeni, she's doing quite a lot in assisting SMMEs. And for such a great inspiration to young people. And of course, we can't all be in government in terms of policy making. We need to venture into that space. We know that, of course, the tourism space is not really completely transformed. This is what we need to do, and this is what Nelson has been trying to reflect on. But once again, thank you very much. This gentleman here has made sure that now that you are tired, is something new. So when we live here, I don't know how you are going to be conducted. You have made history, my brother, that to make sure that you can make diplomats to Pagam. That will be put in Guinness Book Record. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can all just wait for Mr. Mandla Mtombeni to save you for lunch. I think that you can just wait 1 or 2 minutes, then you will be processed in that way. God bless you. Thank you very much.